Lauren, are you up on, can you turn, if you turn on the camera, then I can see. Okay. You just need the link? Send you, okay.
I don't think you have a camera on this computer, so you have Zoom on that computer.
Okay, so we're close.
Can I start on the TV or?
Just wait 1 second. Commissioner Bourne, are you able to dock that computer?
I don't think I can dock it, this is a Dell. What's the meeting?
997, 9454, 8899.
So do we need another loaner with a camera? Is that what we need?
The owners of cameras, but these were the only ones that IT had today. There is. There's 505, one. All right.
I think we are.
Are we joining with audio and then muting the audio, or just?
Yep.
Okay.
And then only use your microphone that's at the dais.
Okay.
You'll have to use this microphone. So your computer off and or the computer sound off and then the muted on the Zoom as well.
So you want to turn your speakers off?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was gonna ask.
Let's give it a shot. Let's see what happens.
The time being just after 5 p.m. on July the 21st, 2021, I'll call the to order the regular meeting of the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board. I'll note that some commissioners are in person here, others are remote. To minimize the risk of exposure to or potential spread of COVID-19, the Park and Recreation Board has added options for comments to be submitted for its public meetings and hearings authorized under Minnesota statute, section 13D. The public is encouraged to view the meeting online from home. Open time comments have been able to be submitted virtually, and call-in option is still allowed. The board meeting is open to the public here at the headquarters building, and in-person comments can still be made during the scheduled open time. Social distancing will be encouraged, and individuals and individuals who are experiencing COVID-related symptoms, even if they are vaccinated, should view the meeting virtually and utilize call-in or write-in options to comment during open time. It's great to be back in the headquarters building, and with that, I will call to order the meeting and ask the secretary to please take the roll.
Commissioner Bourne.
Here.
Commissioner Musich.
Present.
Commissioner Hassan.
Here.
Commissioner Severson.
Present.
Commissioner Meyer.
Here.
Commissioner Myers, your visual isn't on.
Oh, excuse me. Here.
Good. Commissioner French.
Here. I'm still trying to get my computer still working.
I'll come back to you. Commissioner Forney.
Here.
Vice President Vita.
Present.
President Cogill.
Here.
Commissioner French, do you need tech support on that?
Well, my Wi-Fi is not working, so I'm gonna turn my hotspot on.
Okay. Commissioner Bourne is providing an assist. Everyone can see Commissioner French. Okay. Somebody does have in the room right now their computer sound on. And so please make sure your computer sound is off and use just the microphone. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary Ringgold. We do have a quorum. I'll remind commissioners who are remote to continue to show their video for the meeting, as Council Rice has sent around in memo format. That is a requirement under our state rules. I'll ask for a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
I have a motion. Is there a second? I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion regarding the agenda? Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, President Cogill. So just to clarify, the instructions as I interpreted the email from Council Rice is that we should have our camera on for the entirety of the meeting this evening. Is that correct? Not just when we're speaking? Okay, I'm seeing a nodding head. So yes, all commissioners should have their cameras on for the entirety of the meeting. Thank you.
Point of information. I just want to get some clarification. Is that standard practice with open meetings across the state?
Mr. President, Commissioner French, yes, it is.
Because
Now, after, Mr. President, Commissioner French, yes, it is after, June 30th.
so after June 30th, it changed.
Yes.
Okay. I was on a BET meeting maybe a couple weeks ago, and nobody was on camera. So I didn't know it changed, and thank you for reminding us. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments regarding the agenda?
Point of, inquiry.
Yes, Commissioner Bourne.
How are we going to deal with, Commissioner French's lack of camera?
I'm good.
Can we postpone the meeting until that's resolved?
I do believe he's working on it and will,
He's on.
he is on. I'm seeing
No other
no other
hands
hands. Seeing no other hands raised, I'll ask the secretary to please take the roll on approving the agenda.
Commissioner Bourne.
Aye.
Commissioner Musich.
And then the audio.
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan.
Aye.
Commissioner Severson.
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer.
Aye.
Commissioner French.
Aye.
Commissioner Forney.
Aye.
Vice President Vita. Aye. President Cogill.
Aye.
You have 9 ayes.
The approval of the agenda carries. I'll ask for a motion to approve the minutes from Wednesday, the 7th of July.
So moved.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on approving the minutes from Wednesday, July 7th? Any discussion? Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask the secretary to take the roll.
Commissioner Bourne,
Aye.
Commissioner Musich,
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan,
Aye.
Commissioner Severson,
Aye.
Commissioner Myers,
Aye.
Commissioner French,
Aye.
Commissioner Forney,
Aye.
Vice President Vita. President Kogel.
Aye.
You have 9 ayes.
That carries. I'll now move into our reports of officers, and we have the superintendent, who's just a few rooms away. And I'll give it, the floor to you, superintendent. Please go ahead, give us the update on the park system.
All right, thank you, President Kogel and commissioners. It's great to see everybody, and to feel people in this building is a real change, and so it's good to see everybody, so thank you. We'll begin with forestry. The NPRB's forestry department has been readjusting priorities since late June in response to the hot, dry weather, focusing efforts on watering new trees. The work has involved staff working overtime and on weekdays. Additionally, forestry staff have been using the 5 water trucks that hold 1,000 gallons each. 7 500-gallon tanks that fasten to trailers were acquired and put into operation. Tracking shows that over 10,000 watering applications have been applied so far. The emphasis on watering new trees will continue until precipitation levels return to somewhat normal conditions. So great work by our team to keep our trees healthy and alive. So thank you for that incredibly important work. Environmental management, 2021 one-time volunteer service projects in the parks summary. 55 one-time volunteer service projects have been held to date in Minneapolis parks this year. 90 one-time volunteer service projects have been booked through November, with many more expected. So far this season, the following organizations have assisted with 1 or more projects in our gardens and natural areas: Southwest High School, Breck School, Invitation Homes, Target, Best Buy, Excel, St. Thomas University, Northmark Capital, US Bank, Ameriprise, Zeller, and Sleep Number. Thank you to all the wonderful volunteers who dedicated their time to keeping our parks beautiful and welcoming. And we can't thank you enough. Without you all, we couldn't do what we do for our park system. So thank you so much. Asset management. The asset management team is in full swing summer mode, with pools, athletic fields, permits, events, and more rec centers opening. The staff is hard at work with maintenance activities in the parks. Maintenance and operations is still looking for seasonal help to assist with weed whipping, mowing, trash pickup, and general maintenance activities. The department will continue to hire throughout the month of July and August in hopes of having a successful transition into fall. Ice arenas. Fall planning is underway at Parade and Northeast Ice Arenas. We're working on ramping up and recruiting staff, scheduling facilities, and booking for the 2021-2022 youth tournaments. Aquatics. Aquatics is thankful for the dedication of our full-time and part-time staff that put together our swim lesson programs throughout the summer season. Each participant receives an individual completion certificate, along with recommendations for their forthcoming progress. Swimming lessons have had excellent enrollment this summer, and we hope to continue this trend into the fall at PAC. Thank you for that. I want to give a quick statement. A patron at Weber Pool had the below to say about their experience on Sunday, July 18th. Dear Mr. Humphrey, I want to take a moment to thank the staff at Weber Pool for their management of a scary situation on July 18th. I was just about to leave the pool after another nice swim when a car careened down the parkway and loudly ran into a yard across the street from the pool. There were also loud bangs heard from some bystanders that some thought might have been gunshots. The lifeguards and staff got everyone quickly out of the pool and gathered in the building. One lifeguard sprinted to the scene of the accident. The others stayed calm and told us what was happening and the protocol that they were enhancing or enacting. It was scary, but very calm. I wanted to make sure the park board was aware of their appropriate and calm response. I love Weber Pool, and I really appreciate the staff during this incident. Please pass this on to the team. Best, Alex Lewis Sadrant. So thank you so much for that. I know the board, you all appreciate, of course, the incredible work we do, and it's great to hear from a resident, the wonderful work that our staff did to keep the situation calm, and I just want to share that with you. So again, thank you to our lifeguards and our staff at Weber Pool. Adult athletics, softball. We are nearing the end of our spring summer leagues, which means tournament time. Our citywide Metro softball tournaments are scheduled for the weekend of August 6th and 8th. Registration for fall softball and kickball continues with numbers already or at near 2019 totals. So we're back on track, which is exciting. Tennis. We added 4 additional tennis seasons or sessions this summer, registering a total of 275 participants. We had 173 back in 2019. So again, an increase and very exciting. So great work on that. Volleyball. We started our summer sand volleyball season this past Sunday. We have 169 teams and adding a Friday night league. In 2019, we had 168 teams, so one more from our summer session. So again, we're looking really good and we're building upon this, and so it's great numbers. So again, excellent. People are coming back and enjoying our parks. Golf. Golf is continuing to set high demands for play at all of our courses. As of July 18th, 2021, we are 21,800 rounds ahead of the 2020 season, which had already seen an increase of over 60,000 rounds from 2019. At our current pace, we would have the most rounds played at NPRB courses since 2004. So again, incredible work by our staff. I've been taking a tour of the golf courses. Thank you to Director Humphrey. Our courses are outstanding, and boy, I tell you, the 14th on Columbia is amazing, and I think it's the fourth hole on Gross. The work that's being done there, and our staff, I tell you, it's really, our courses are outstanding. So great work. Youth sports, youth track and field. We had another great NPRB youth track and field season. We had 10 teams participate this year with 292 kids. Staff did a great job making sure protocols were followed and everyone was safe. Below is a picture with some of the members of the Hiawatha team with Mayor Fry, who is a supporter of the program. So great. So thank you for that. It's wonderful. Our soccer season is going well with multiple leagues running 8 a.m. to 10 o'clock p.m. on Sundays, Mondays, and Thursdays, 6 p.m. to 10 o'clock p.m. We have some great pictures from our communications department. Soccer folder is on the PB Entra site, and it's a long, just go to the PB Entra site and look for it. You'll find some amazing photos for soccer. So again, our website is really amazing. So take a look at the photos for soccer. We ended up having 30 teams in our new grass volleyball leagues that run at Fuller and Kenwood. Rachel Hoban and Mark Holte, along with Fuller and Kenwood's maintenance and part-time staff, have been a fantastic help hosting these new leagues. Again, very exciting to have those 30 teams. So again, congratulations and thank you for that. Minnesota Twins RBI takeover game, July 12th at Killebrew Field, was a 15U game between Potterhorn and Botno. Each player received a customized jersey with their names on the back. Roger, 87 years old, got to throw out the first pitch. In between the third and fourth innings, the announcer recognized our lower South area seniors and had the audience give them a round of applause. The target field announcer and organ player were also in attendance to add to the experience. The Twins brought in a Jumbotron placed outside the left field fence that played replays for the kids. Ken Brevick in Youth Sports and Heather Susag from McRae collaborated in bringing the youth baseball teams and seniors together for such a great event. And that is absolutely amazing, outstanding. And so thank you for that, for bringing something so amazing at our field here and have a great time. And so I'm so happy to see that. So wonderful work. Rec Plus, Northeast Recreation Center. Northeast Rec Plus made some super colorful crafts during their Color Exploration Week. Hiawatha School Park. Last week, we filled out our passports at Hiawatha School Park, Hiawatha Rec Plus, and went on an adventure to different countries and explored various cultures from around the world. Youth also made Maori tribal necklaces. Recreation centers, Luxton. Youth at Luxton learned how to screen print using photos that they made earlier in the week from a photograms to print T-shirts and posters that'll be displayed in Luxton Lightning Teen Center. Great work there at that. North Commons. On Tuesday, July 13th, MPRB police came to visit and engage with the preschool program at North Commons. The children loved it, and both they and the officers had a great time. That was really great to see. North Commons canvas and cooking programs. Youth line staff are offering patio painting on Thursdays from 4 to 6 o'clock p.m. Beatty Park. Hard in the Paint Hoop Camp took place this past week at PV. It went extremely well with lots of skill development happening for the 25 kids who attended. Phillips Community Center. Seniors are back in the park enjoying time together and playing cards in the new conference room. That's so awesome. I love these programs, so forgive me, I'm going through fast here, but I'm just so proud of this. Armitage. Aqua Yoga for Kids started Friday, 7/16 at Armitage. The Walt D. Grant funded this program, and that is pretty cool. Getting exercise and staying cool in the summer, so just amazing. Sibley Park. They had their own color run for the kids and staff. And so it's a great picture of them doing that. So, yeah, love the picture of the young lady on the left there. Pretty cool. I just want to say I'm always impressed by the things that we do in our parks. And this summer is no different. What we do all the time. And just so proud of the staff and the work that they're doing. Outstanding programs, summer camps. I see them all around the park system when I'm touring. I'm so grateful. Great work. I'm just proud of it. Recognizing Falwell Park's Josh Inenguez. Josh is a martial arts instructor teaching classes at Falwell Park. There was a fire on the baseball field at the park. On the day of the fire, Josh was teaching class outside, where he heard some fireworks being let off, and then noticed that the grass started on fire. He quickly ran to the rec center to inform staff to call 911. Then he grabbed the fire extinguisher from the park, ran outside, and put out the fire. His quick actions and response to this emergency helped avert what could have been a big disaster on our sports field. We would like to recognize and thank Josh for his quick response and all he does for the Falwell Park community. Thank you so much, Josh, and we're so grateful for you and your response. Thank you. Waterworks Park Pavilion. So we're excited that the Waterworks Pavilion and the Oanami by the Sous Chef restaurant open on Monday. The beautiful 7,800 square foot, two-story pavilion is embedded in the mill remnants and is part of the Waterworks site that opened to the public in May. The wonderful new Waterworks site and this beautiful new pavilion would not be possible without the Minneapolis Parks Foundation and the generous Twin Cities individuals and institutional supporters to the Parks Foundation $18.1 million River First capital campaign. Amazing. The first floor of the new park building features the Richard M. Schultz Family Foundation's atrium with a welcome desk staffed by the MPRB, accessible bathrooms, a water fountain, and a water bottle filling station, and the Lensmeyer Family Foundation classroom, which will be available to rent for events or meetings in the future. The second building hosts the Awamini by the Sous Chef, the new all-season restaurant from partners Sean Sherman and Dana Thompson, offering dine-in and take-out indigenous cuisines. The Sous Chef also plans to create events and educational opportunities that elevate indigenous voices as part of its larger mission to promote Native American cultures, honor plants and natural resources, and foster a vibrant indigenous food movement. To learn more or to make lunch or dinner reservations, please visit www.awamini.com to make reservations. The building offers supportive features like a Wudu foot washing station and an adult-sized changing table to support use by seniors and people with disabilities. The pavilion and site B3 sustainability guidelines for energy efficiency, emissions and air quality, bird detectable glass, landscape treatment, and material sourcing. The building and restaurant hours open daily from 11 a.m. to 9 p.m. daily through August. The Waterworks Pavilion drastically improves an area of our park system visited by millions of people each year by offering a range of accessible resources while honoring Indigenous history and this sacred riverfront site. I'm excited for people to experience the park and the pavilion and the Iwamini by the sous chef restaurant. So improvements are coming. Let me just add one thing. I did have on opening day on Friday. My wife and I had the privilege of having dinner there at 6:00 p.m. I don't know how we got in, but it was amazing. And it was a wonderful experience. I saw Dana there, and it was just a beautiful experience. And I'm really grateful for this incredible space and what this means for our park system in such a sacred place like this. And so I encourage you to go experience it. We had wonderful music, and it was just a wonderful experience. And again, so proud, and thank you to the Minneapolis Parks Foundation again, and all of the partners who stepped forward to support this incredible space. So thank you. Improvements are coming to Painter Park. 2 years after completing building-wide improvements and rehabilitation work at Painter Park Recreation Center, the MPRB is pleased to announce the improvements project to the actual park based on the master plan for Painter Park approved last year, pictured below, as well as the initial input from the community, MPRB staff, and available funds. The following improvements will be designed and constructed. New skate park, gathering spaces, pathways, and landscaping, reconstruction of tennis courts, tennis and basketball courts. This project kicks off with an outdoor open house on July 26th from 5 to 8 p.m., rain or shine, and co-hosted with the Lindale Neighborhood Association. Look for a tent near the tennis court at 620 West 34th Street and share your input on the proposed improvements. There will be a formal presentation at 6:30 p.m. Enjoy ice cream while you visit. We hope you can join us. So of course, watch for more online community survey on the project improvements in August. And who could pass up ice cream? So please come. Details from the Painter Park Master Plan shows the focus areas for the initial phase of improvements. Bryn Mawr Meadows, I know I'm running close to time here, a few minutes. Bryn Mawr Meadows Park improvements. The Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board, Bassett Creek Watershed Management Commission, and the City of Minneapolis are co-hosts for an open house at Bryn Mawr Meadows Park, kicking off a major improvement project. The open house will be held on Tuesday, July 27th from 6 to 8 p.m. at the Bryn Mawr Meadows Park, the north side of the parking lot at Morgan and Laurel Avenues, 601 Morgan Avenue South, Minneapolis. The project includes planning, design, and construction of park improvements based on the approved master plan for Bryn Mawr Meadows Park pictured, and about $3.7 million in available funds. Everyone is welcome at the open house to share preferences and input on which elements from the master plan that community members would like to see implemented. In addition, MPRB is partnering with the Watershed Management Commission and the city to construct a stormwater pond on the park's north side. The park improvement and stormwater pond will be coupled seamlessly as one project with construction plan for 2022. Proposed Bryn Mawr Park improvement plans, as you can see, are pictured for you to view. And again, our website will hold more information. Customer service. The 2021 Minneapolis 4th of July celebration was a success with more than 2,000 people enjoying activities at 5 different neighborhood parks and 2 regional parks. Balloon artists.
I might interrupt you.
No problem. Thank you, President Colgill. I can come back after.
I guess I really wanted to interrupt you intensely. It is just about 5:30, so I will pause you there. We'll come back to the rest of your report.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Superintendent.
Thank you, President.
The time being 5:30, just about, it is open time, which is our opportunity as commissioners to hear from the public, who may speak on any issue they wish to speak on. I'll allocate 2 minutes per speaker. We have 5 speakers signed up to speak. They're all call-in speakers, and then I'll note we have received 118 write-in comments that will be included in the public record. I'll note before we turn it over to our first speaker that when you speak, if you could state your name and if you're comfortable, your address for the record, that would be helpful. We ask that you just refrain from speaking on any pending personnel matters and refrain from using any discriminatory or harassing language. With that, I'll ask our tech staff if we have our first speaker, Kyle Samajima, on the line.
Yes, we do.
Very good, Kyle. First speaker, you can,
Yeah.
You can go ahead. You have 2 minutes to address the board.
Okay, thank you. Hi, my name is Kyle Samajima, and I am the Executive Director of Minneapolis Climate Action. I also live in the Northrop neighborhood at 43rd Street and 13th Avenue. I am here today to urge you to vote yes for this plan. Ecological health is intimately connected to everybody in this meeting, and yet impacts of ecological harm are not equal. And a healthy ecosystem at Lake Hiawatha helps everyone, including the golf course and everyone who uses the park. Leadership in government, including the NPRB, requires understanding the intersection of climate change and systemic racism and decisions of the past that centered white supremacy over non-white humans and nature, with the consequences that we see today. And these decisions of the past require us to make bold decisions today. The past and current opportunities for Black residents to have access to golf and the benefit of the sport are valuable and should be protected. Climate impacts, however, that consistently and disproportionately cause communities of color and communities with low income harm are front and center and affect our air quality as we speak today and require bold, equitable decisions. With this plan, we can create resilience for the whole area around Lake Hiawatha to prevent or minimize the flooding and droughts that are coming and here that will affect that golf course. No one can play on a flooded or drought-stricken golf course. Ensuring the whole Lake Hiawatha ecosystem, including the golf course, is healthy, viable, and resilient to flooding, drought, and other climate impacts is key. In addition, there is a serious deficit of natural experiences, especially for communities of color and communities with low incomes, that are a detriment to health and well-being. And creating a balanced, healthy ecosystem shows all communities that we can prioritize equity, the health of the planet, and the animals and natural systems that keep us alive and healthy. I urge you to vote for this plan and prioritize Black history and Black leadership in defining the golf and ecological aspects and the health of Lake Hiawatha and the surrounding community of humans and ecological systems. I urge you also to consider the financial and societal impact of not acting on making a floodplain and super sensitive ecological area more healthy and resilient to the impacts of climate. Thank you so much for your service to our city.
Thank you, Kyle. Our next speaker is Sean Gajowski. Is Sean on the line?
Yes.
Great, Sean, you can go ahead. You have 2 minutes to address the board.
Hello, this is Sean Gajowski, and I'm a resident of Corcoran neighborhood near Hiawatha and Lake here, and I'm a golfer and a avid Nordic skier, and I volunteer helping with trash cleanups and habitat restoration with the Friends of Lake Hiawatha. And I'm excited for the possibility for the board voting to approve the Hiawatha Golf Course Property Master Plan tonight. This will be the best way to honor the legacy of Solomon Hughes and all the African American golfers at the site by preserving golf in a climate resilient 9-hole course, helping to have food vending at the, with the African American run food vendor, and expanded employment opportunities within the park golf establishment for African Americans in the future. We're so excited also about being able to unlock funding from the legislature, the watershed district, the city of Minneapolis to move ahead with mitigating the big North Pipe. Trash all the way from my neighborhood at High Lake goes all the way directly into the lake and this can be fixed now when the master plan is approved. We'll also be able to have more year-round access for cross-country skiing and kayaking, and being able to restore habitat, as this is a critical flyway for birds migrating. So I invite you all to just come down and see us on Saturday mornings to do habitat restoration at the Delta. There's beautiful birds singing, and I'm looking forward to taking up my daughter golfing on the current course and on the future course, the 9-hole climate resilient course. The challenge is that we have, huge rains coming at us in the future. We won't have to be dealing with the golf course and everything being devastated like we had with the flood in the previous times if we can change the layout of the course to be uphill. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Sean. Our next speaker is Gordon Everest. Is Gordon on the line?
Yes.
Very good, Gordon. You have 2 minutes to address the board. You can go ahead.
We have, huge rains coming at us in the future. We won't have to be dealing with the golf course and everything being devastated like we had with the flood in the
Gordon,
previous.
you can go ahead. If you mute the meeting behind you, that would be helpful. Thanks.
Okay, I've got it muted. I'm logged in here. I see everybody else's picture, but I don't see mine there on the Zoom session.
Yeah, you're not. There's no video. You're calling in, so you can speak.
Okay. My name is Gordon Everest, Professor Emeritus at the University of Minnesota Carlson School of Management and a 10-year resident of the area on 28th Avenue overlooking Lake Hiawatha. Following this process before that meeting in 2015, September, when was reported discovered 300 million gallons of water were being pumped annually from the golf course back into the lake. I've attended most of the community meetings and attended some of the community advisory council meetings. Since then, over the last 6 years of work, Tyler and his staff are to be commended. I fear that there may be an effort on the part of some to subvert this whole process of approving the master plan for the Hiawatha Golf Course by voting no, thus maintaining the status quo of 18 holes. We both know that that's not sustainable. The plan before you is a very reasonable compromise and a comprehensive plan. I've been following it fairly carefully. I urge the members of the commissioners to vote in favor of the master plan before you. We can't afford to delay any longer. The future health of both the golf course and Lake Hiawatha dependent upon it, as Sean has indicated. I did submit a written comment through the open time as well, so there's more detail there. Thank you.
Thank you, Gordon. Our next speaker is Sean Connedy. Is Sean on the line?
Yes.
Very good, Sean. You can go ahead. You have 2 minutes to address the board. Sean,
Hello?
are you there? Hi, Sean.
Yes.
You can go ahead. You have 2 minutes to address the board.
Okay, I'm on now. You can hear me.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Sean Connedy, Standish, and a Hiawatha CAC member. So I think we might be coming to a culmination of sorts in this difficult 6-year-long community debate. And regardless of the outcome of this vote, I commend the golfers for the impact they have had on this public process. The golfers have played a huge role in the current plan. Thanks to the golfers' advocacy, the plan maintains traditional golf, maintains the first tee program, the driving range, and finally provides real benefits to the Black community, including programs for Black youth, Black leadership in the management of the course, and a Black-owned restaurant enterprise. It also honors the history of Dakota and Indigenous peoples on this land and the history of African American golfers. But what's at stake is our water. No change is unacceptable. we have by hand removed 8,860 pounds of plastic and styrofoam from Lake Hiawatha with no end in sight. I'll be celebrating if the plan passes because it will mean that someday soon we may be able to have a clean lake that is safe for humans and wildlife. This is a decent compromise that considers all the constituents, including not only the Gulf community, but also the neighborhood, the wildlife, and the lake, which has suffered the neglect of the park board and the city for far too long. 6 years of intensive public engagement, hard work, countless conversations in the community, and a lot of learning has led to this compromise. Yes, the plan reduces the golf course from 18 holes to 9, but it also makes the golf course resilient so that future generations can enjoy it. If the golf course is to survive, it will need to adapt to the realities of this space. And thank you for all your engagement over the years, and I wish goodwill between everybody. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sean. Our last speaker signed up this evening is Shirley Hughes. Is Shirley on the line?
No, President.
Okay. That wraps up our open time speakers, unless there's anybody in the audience here at headquarters to speak. I'm not seeing anybody who wishes to speak. So with that, we'll close open time and turn it back.
Point of information, Mr. President, the written comments, will any of those be read today?
The written comments will be provided as part of the public record.
So we won't read any of them?
We have 118 of them.
Because my concern is that we had, I think we had 4 or 5 speakers, and they were all against a certain subject. And I was wanting to make sure that we were being equitable as far as our public comments and making sure that there's not other folks that may be on the other side that may have, thinking a different way about this. But we've only allowed the public record at this meeting, this public meeting, for folks who have the ability to actually show up or call in. But folks who could write in, we told them that their message would be heard, and it seems like at the meeting, since we had 156, that's too tedious and too difficult to deal with, and their opinions won't be heard today. And I think if we're making votes about stuff that's gonna be if we're gonna be voting on certain things today, I think it's very important for us to hear a cross section of opinions in the city about how people feel about this, and not just a one-sided approach. And so I'm really concerned that we're not hearing everybody's opinion on this matter.
That's noted, Commissioner French. At this point, I'm being consistent with what we've done for the entirety of our time being remote. And additionally, all these comments are viewable by commissioners.
Point of inquiry, President Vogel.
Commissioner Bourne.
Thank you. Can the secretary or the president remind me of what our external-facing communication is regarding written comments and the nature of which they'll be entered into the record? I remember seeing communication at different points during the pandemic that people's written comments would actually be written, or would actually be read, and, I understand the unwieldiness of reading 100 plus into the record, but I just, if we're communicating one thing externally to public audiences and then they avail themselves of that, thinking that we will take the time to hear them before we take a vote. These are, I think to Commissioner French's point, this public comment is going to be made available to us after this vote is taken. So I'd kind of like to know what's in there. I don't know if, I agree it's not really very wieldy or efficient to go through 100 plus, but if we have some outward facing communication, I'd like to.
And I don't
fit in with our dealings with the public.
I don't expect this to go 100.
I certainly could read the subject line of every single one of them.
I'd like to see what I would like to see is, we had 5 folks, 5 people that came. I would like to see maybe the same amount of people who are for. I don't know how we would distinguish that or whatever, but I think it would give equal time to both sides
I can certainly have, the secretary or her designee read the first 5 comments that were submitted in writing, if that is amenable.
I would be in support of 5 comments that were in support, 5 comments that were opposed to the 5 comments that were people who read it in person by being on the phone. I want it to be a balance among, and what I'm concerned is that there are 126, comments that were made against. And I just want it to be balanced. I know it's tedious, I know government is time consuming, and it takes time, but I think if we're really gonna have a voice of the people, then that's the time we need to take right now.
Understood. I will ask the secretary to read the first 5 comments that were submitted in write-in.
President Cogill, do you want the first 5 comments or the first 5 opposed?
The first 5 in our list.
Okay. Also, commissioners should have all of the comments in their inbox. They were sent prior to the meeting.
President Cogill, I still have a point of inquiry on the floor.
I believe that I interpreted.
What is our external communication, our outward-facing communication about how public comments will be dealt with that are submitted to the secretary in writing?
Secretary Ringgold, do you have an answer to that?
I think the best answer would be the information that's on the agenda. There are 3 options to submit comments for open time, public hearings, and public comment periods. They're call-in, write-in, and in-person. Call-in is recommended. You may sign, and there's been a description of the call-in. I won't go through that. The write-in section of it says, send your comment to open time by noon the day of the board meeting.
And there's never been any outward-facing communication that written comments would be read aloud.
I'm really struggling to hear. Could people turn their mics on when they're talking, please?
Commissioner Bourne, ultimately, is the discretion of the president beyond the 15 minutes of time, whether additional testimony will be heard. I have made a determination that we'll read the first 5 comments that were provided and write in the list that I have. We're already beyond the 15-minute period of time for open time, and that's what we'll do.
I don't disagree. I mean, I certainly would.
Commissioner?
I liked your option of reading the subject lines of each one of the emails, if you'd still be willing to consider that in addition to the first 5. I think that would kind of answer everybody's question around the public comment, and I'd be willing to take an extra couple minutes to do that. I'll even read them if you've got the list. But I think that would answer a lot of folks' questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Bourne. Secretary Gold, you can go ahead.
First comment is from James Cohen. I had signed in yesterday as required to speak during the public comment today, but I never received an email, nor was I able to access the meeting in order to be there to listen to it and or create a comment on the subject of pickleballs in the park. My name is James Cohen. I'm baffled by the fact that I could not get into the meeting today and that I received no information or email or call about how to call in or at any particular time. I'm very disappointed that your system did not seem to accommodate my interest in offering a comment today during the regular board meeting. I also called the president of the Commissioner of District for John O'Cogill and was unable to leave a message because the number on his profile on the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board is just the general number, which doesn't take messages after, I believe it's 4 o'clock or 4:30. So I've been totally frustrated in being able to communicate with you about the issue at hand. I appeared a few years ago in person spoke and provided a demonstration. Following that, I was previously contacted by one commissioner, administrators, or staff persons. Indeed, I've been told for literally years that the Loring Park tennis courts, which are in total disrepair and which were to be repaired, I would be set up as pickleball courts. At very least as part of tennis courts, but preferably as separate courts since very few people are playing tennis in the parks these days. Nothing has been done to rectify the situation where there were literally no pickleball courts in the downtown Minneapolis area, despite the fact that pickleball is by far the fastest growing sport in the United States, while tennis has diminished to a de minimis level. Minneapolis is clearly one of the few, if not only, major metropolitan areas in the country without any pickleball courts. One must travel 20 to 45 minutes. The second comment is from Lauren Kinsley. I'm writing to express my support for the MPRB approving the Hiawatha Master Plan. I'm a homeowner near Lake Hiawatha. The next one is from Eric Sisler. Vote no on master plan for Hiawatha. The next one is Carrie Hansen. The reasons that the park board is claiming to change the course do not make sense, and there is historical value to keep the course as is. The whole plan of shuttering the court smells of a follow the money scenario. There is someone on the board receiving a financial kickback to changing a perfectly run golf course. John and Mary K. Murray. I've been playing Hiawatha Golf Course since I was 15 years old in 1965. Please oppose the resolution. We need you to keep the 18-hole course, which has been a place of enjoyment and relaxation for thousands of golfers over the years. Thank you, John Murray.
Thank you, Secretary Ringgold. Again, I'll note that there are a total of 118 written comments, many of them pertaining to the Hiawatha.
You muted yourself, Mr. President.
I also can't hear.
I can't hear anything either. Stephanie, Commissioner Musis, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
But we don't hear President Cogill?
No, we don't hear the boardroom. But
Okay.
it seems like everyone online is able to engage with each other.
Secretary Ringgold, can you hear us at all?
Maybe we all better start waving to stop them. Stop.
Yeah.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Jeremy.
Yep.
Okay.
Let me step into the boardroom.
Unfortunately, it looks like, hey, we can't hear you.
I'm gonna step into the boardroom.
I wish I knew more sign language now.
Just wave, Commissioner Musich. Just wave.
Hi, we can't hear you. No hearing. Jana's looking at the screen now. I feel like that's a good sign. We can't hear you.
Sorry.
Thank you, Secretary Ringgold.
Oh.
We're back.
We're back.
We good?
President Cogill, we can hear you now.
All right, very good. Thank you. Superintendent Bangor, I'll turn it back over to you to finish your report.
Great. Thank you, President Cogill and Commissioners.
Mr. President, I think we have someone on the line that was waiting the whole time. We have a few people that wait on the line that you don't let in, Mr. President.
We don't have anybody left who is not in the room.
Yeah?
So unless there's someone in the room.
Thank you. Superintendent Bangora, you can continue with your presentation. My apologies.
Okay. Thank you, President Cogill and Commissioners. The 2021 Minneapolis 4th of July celebration was a success. I think I probably already said this before, with more than 2,000 people enjoying activities at 5 different neighborhood parks and 2 regional parks. We had balloon artists, caricature artists, kids DJ, entertainment, and magicians provided fun at each neighborhood location. Local bands, the Change-Ups, and Maria and the Coins offer live music at Father Hennepin and Father Hennepin with the Minneapolis Pops rounding out the day at Lake Harriet. There's some numbers I can share with you, but I think there's 1,500 people at Harriet, 200 folks at Armitage, 250 at Father Hennepin. So it was a great neighborhood celebrations, and we're grateful for the work that the staff put in to make these really fun events. Last thing that I want to share with the board is a quick report on the Recreation Division's phased approach to opening up our rec centers. Just to give a brief understanding of where we are at this time. Recreation centers that are currently open for registered programs are 19 facilities at this time. Along with that, we have Rec Plus sites that also have registered programs of 14. So 33 sites right now are currently open for registered programs and also Rec Plus programs. And there's a multitude of outdoor activities which staff can give updates on that we're providing for the community. And I just gave several examples, of course, on the report that you saw before you and previous reports of the work that staff is doing across the organization. Currently, there are closed 14 sites. In the phase, the plan for currently the closed sites and transitioning to opening in phase 1 of the next opening of sites, we opened on the 12th, and we're opening, of course, this week on the 19th for registered programs noon to 9:00 p.m. So outdoor and indoor programming will be offered, including but not limited to interactive games, gym programming, fun on the run, summer lunch program, playground fun activities, preschool camps, yoga gymnastics, teen programs, adult and youth yoga, outdoor hoops, soccer, teen room, chess club, senior programs, preschool and indoor playground activities, and of course, as I said before, many summer camps that I have personally witnessed that are being done on a regular basis. Right now, the parks that are open, the 4 of the 5 that we've opened, currently that I just stated before, the 14, are Pershing, Painter, Van Cleve, Peavy, and Morris. Phase 2, the next phase that we're going into to open up the remaining 9 sites, will progress all the way up until the public hours in September 8th. So we are moving as quickly as we can. We are offering a tremendous amount of programs for our public. We can provide, of course, more information around the programming and the opening of these buildings. But I wanted to share briefly at this time just an understanding of where we are going and how we are opening and transitioning our sites for programs and for our community. With that, I will now answer any questions.
Thank you, Superintendent Bangora. Commissioner Musich has her hand raised.
Thank you, President Cogill. So I just want to make sure I understand this correctly. For the sites that are transitioning from closed to open, the cluster that you gave us the names of, those are also open to the public, or they're only open for registered programs?
Just to make sure that I give clarity around this, I'm going to have Director Kelb to make sure that I don't make any mistakes on this, because I'm pretty clear in it, but I want to make sure that she gives a full comprehensive response around the work they're doing within recreation. So Director Kelb, if you want to respond to Commissioner Musich's question, please.
Thank you, President Cogill, Commissioner Musich. We are doing a phased approach for registered programs only until fall. And phase 1 are the 5 parks listed below. Phase 1, Pershing, Painter, Van Cleef, Peavy, and Morris. And the remaining sites are scheduled to open in the fall, where we will have public hours for all of our recreation centers beginning September 8th.
Okay, so no recreation centers have public hours until September 8th.
That is correct.
Okay, and so then once the Pershing, Painter, Van Cleef, PV Morris buildings reopen for registered programs, we'll have registered program openings at all locations other than the 9 that are being open for registered program in phase 2?
Correct. All parks except for the 9 remaining sites will be open for registered programs.
Okay, and
Or are
is
open
this
right now.
information clearly stated on our website so that people understand what the status of their particular recreation center is and when that changes?
Yes, we are working on that right now.
Okay, if you could notify us when those changes are updated, that'd be great, because I'd like to be able to communicate that out to the public. Thank you, appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thank you. With that, President Cogill, I believe we are finished with our report.
Thank you, Superintendent Ancora. Moving on with the agenda, we are now into consent. We have three items on consent. I'll ask for a motion to approve resolutions 2021-254 through resolution 2021-256.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Is there any discussion on the consent agenda? Any discussion? Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask the secretary to please take the roll.
Commissioner Bourne,
Aye.
Commissioner Musich,
Aye.
Commissioner Severson,
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan,
Aye.
Commissioner French,
Aye.
Commissioner Forney,
Aye.
Vice President Vita,
Aye.
President Cogill.
Aye.
You have 9 ayes.
That carries. I'll ask we're moving into reports of standing committees. I'll ask for Chair Musich to read the next resolution.
Sure. On behalf of the Operations and Environment Committee, I'll move resolution 2021-231. The resolution approving a memorandum of understanding, an MOU with Green Minneapolis to collaborate on the establishment of a carbon offset program. Sorry, my screen just moved. And its initial funding as means of expanding and perpetuating Minneapolis's urban forest and public tree canopy.
Resolution has been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
The resolution has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on the resolution? Any discussion? Is that you, Commissioner Bourne?
Thank you. Thank you, President Cogill. I have a couple of questions. The first is, I'm looking at an item a little bit down our list, coming from the Admin and Finance Committee, 2021-252, which germane to this. The resolution that authorized staff to negotiate an MOU under 2021-231, I believe stated that we would retain, part of working together would be not losing the park tree levy. I'm looking at 2021-252 and reading the background material, and we're just surrendering the tree levy. So that is my first question. My second question is, I'm looking at the 990s for both Green Minneapolis and the Downtown Improvement District, and there's a note around compensation in both organizations from related organizations. And when I'm looking at the IRS definition of related organizations, it basically says that it's all the same people running it. So I'm a little concerned about who we're getting into bed with on this, particularly with the downtown council, and I'm looking that the amount of money that we're then advocating for from the city's levy then goes into the pockets of the downtown council, which really advocates for a lot of things that are antithetical to what I think this board's position is around, in particular, police relations and a few other issues related to equity and social justice. So I do have some concerns just about, like I said, who we're entering into an agreement with. And yeah, so if somebody could really describe for me the difference between Green Minneapolis and the downtown council when I see their 990s describing them as the same organization. So my first question is, like, we're surrendering if somebody can give me some background as to why we're surrendering the tree levy when it was stated that to bring this forward, we'd be preserving the tree levy. And then if somebody can describe for me the differences between Green Minneapolis and the downtown council, that would be great.
Commissioner Bourne has asked a question. Superintendent Bangora, do you have an answer for Commissioner Bourne?
Yes, Commissioner Bourne, President Cogill, Assistant Superintendent Barrick. I think he came on and he will begin to answer those questions. Assistant Superintendent Barrick.
President Cogill, Commissioner Bourne, I'll do my best. I'm looking at the board packet trying to find the reference to the resolution that directed staff to develop an MOU was to not surrender the tree levy. I apologize. I'm not understanding that one because we've always acknowledged the levy was expiring in 21 for the tree planting, and so this MOU is intended to enter into an agreement for Green Minneapolis to begin fundraising. So I apologize, and if there's more context around that, or if you can help me to find the reference, that would be helpful.
Assistant Superintendent, if maybe somebody wants to start addressing the second question, I can do my best to pull up the reference from the previous resolution we had directing staff to go put this together.
Okay.
Usually they're linked. And Secretary Ringgold, maybe you can help me out with this. We did pass a resolution a few meetings ago directing staff to go put this together, correct?
President Cogill, Commissioner Bourne, yes.
So normally in our background material, those previous resolutions are linked down in the bottom. So I think that might be why Assistant Superintendent Barrick and myself are having a hard time finding that. So if we can just get a little bit of time, since it's not normally how since our board packets isn't linked to that in the way it normally would, that would be great.
Assistant Superintendent Barrick, do you have an answer to the second
portion of the
question? President Cogill, Commissioner Bourne, I do not. I am not well versed in the difference between the Downtown Improvement District and Green Minneapolis. I don't know if I see Commissioner Musich has her hand raised, so maybe some insight there from that group. But I do not. I could not speak to their fiscal differences. I know they're connected. In our work to this point, we've been working with David Wilson as a Green Minneapolis.
Thank you, Assistant Superintendent. Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, President Cogill. In looking at the 990s for the Downtown Council and Green Minneapolis, they have individual tax identification numbers. So while they may have some overlap between board members, they are not the same organization. They file their federal tax reporting individually.
Thank you, Commissioner Musich. Are there any other questions from commissioners? Any other questions? Commissioner Bourne for the second time.
Yeah, I'm still trying to have my first two questions addressed. While we're looking at that, IRS.gov has 990s. The definition of related organizations that stand are organizations that stand in a parent-subsidiary relationship, brother-sister relationship, sponsoring organization of or contributing employer to VIVA or supporting such supported organization relationship. If the first two relationships depends on the definition of control. So I'm just not seeing a specific enough difference when we're looking at some board members that are connected. I'm not seeing a significant enough separation under the IRS's guidelines that, it just sounds like we're entering into an agreement with Green Minneapolis, or excuse me, with the Downtown Council. I'm not comfortable with it in that respect. Again, I'm still looking for a little bit of grace from the president because our board packet does not appear to be complete. I'm trying to get the reference from our last resolution authorizing staff to negotiate this agreement to bring it forward. Secretary Ringel, do you have that resolution number handy?
President Cogill, Commissioner Bourne, yes, that resolution, I'll bring it up, is 2021-194. And the online version indicates that it is linked, so maybe there's an issue with how it's coming across on your computer. But here is the resolution presented.
Yeah, so I'm finding it here. It is the whereas funding for the proposed urban tree planting carbon offset program would come from new sources and would not impact the MPRB's budget and funding for its other existing and planned programs. When I look at the following resolution on the levy, our request rolls what is currently our tree levy program into the general fund. The background material for that resolution says it's all going to be a youth levy. There are 363 crews and regular expenses that are paid for out of the tree levy. So I don't know if I'm just having a hard time reconciling these multiple data points. Like, how will we preserve that? And what are these new sources? I haven't seen these new sources of funds yet to maintain that work. So I'm just a little bit leery to go. I need a little bit more background before, like, who are these funders we're going to approach, and just what's their game plan. And again, I know who we're getting into an agreement with here, and we've been in some agreements with them before. Some have worked, some have not. I'd like to just get a little bit of background with who we're working with, what are the goals. Maybe we can do a short staff presentation. I just have some concerns, and at this point, I'm not comfortable voting for this without that background information.
Thank you, Commissioner Bourne. It looks like we have Director Wiseman, who's able to speak now. Director Wiseman, go ahead.
President Cogill and Commissioner Bourne, I just would like to remind commissioners that the tree levy was a specific tree levy for a specific 8-year program to remove and emerald ash borer infested trees and replant for them, and to replant trees that were lost due to storm, specifically the storms that occurred with the tornado and frontline storms prior to the creation of this levy. It was a finite program that was funded for 8 years. It was always intended to be completed as we have completed the work on removing the emerald ash borer trees with some residual funding that will carry over into 2022 to finalizing the replanting of those trees. But it was always intended to be an 8-year program that that would be eliminated at the end of that 8-year program.
Director, why is that?
I'm understanding it correctly from previous budget documents that within that tree levy, we have staffing expenses. There's arborists that are paid for out of that tree levy, right?
President Colgill and Commissioner Bourne, that is correct. When that program was established, again, it was established as an 8-year program, and the union positions that were created in that 8-year program was a finite 8-year program that those positions would be would go away at the end of that 8-year program. We have planned for that, and we have held over vacancies, so there will be no layoffs associated with the removal or the ending of this specific 8-year program.
Okay, so we have some vacancies right now. If this fundraising agreement is passed, who is going to do the work of actually planting the trees and doing the carbon offset work? I would imagine there's some shovels and just labor work that will need to be done if we're successful in fundraising. And so I'm not really very excited to privatize that work. It seems we've got a shop that's been doing some very substantially similar work very, very well. So if we're letting these expire, we're going to have a net. Next year, I'm hearing that we are going to have a net loss in positions, maybe not people, but we'll have a net loss in positions. If this is successful, who's doing that work? Is it our staff, and then are we building into our next year's budget a replacement of those positions, or is it private entities? If it's our staff,
Commissioner Bourne, could you please wrap up?
I will. If it's our staff, that gets me to our levy question, that we're just kind of shuffling the deck a little bit here, and we don't have a 1.2 or almost $2 million in youth funding. We have maybe 500,000. So I saw Assistant Superintendent Barrett shaking his head that we're going to keep this work and we'll be staffing up if the fundraising is successful. I'd like to hear a little bit more from the Assistant Superintendent.
Thank you, Commissioner Bourne. Assistant Superintendent Barrick.
President Colgill, Commissioner Bourne, correct. So yes, this MOU, the intention of this MOU is to work with Green Minneapolis to pursue alternative funding or new funding that would come to us in the form of staff and trees. So it's in an effort to maintain the planting levels. Not the removal levels, those will change as we stop removing 5,000 ash trees a year, but to continue to plant an additional 5,000 trees a year is the goal. We would hopefully secure enough funding to staff, we would be able to keep staff on, and we would have, it was a crew leader for arborists and an MEL that were funded by that levy. So, and through attrition and in an effort to avoid laying people off, we've managed our vacancies to the point where at the conclusion of 21, no one will be losing a job. we will downsize as per the original plan of the levy, and we would carry on. This MOU puts us in a relationship with Green Minneapolis for them to pursue alternative sources of funding. You ask about a plan, and you asked about, you know, where the money would come from. That this MOU kind of does two things. It first focuses on the first primary plan that's out there and that they're working the hardest is this carbon offset program, and working with city forest credits to basically package trees together and say these 2,500 trees will be planted, maintained for the next 25 years, and they will sequester X pounds of carbon, and go to corporations and ask them to buy those credits. That's the initial plan. There is a carbon cap and trade market in California that's working. This is slightly different because there isn't a state law capping the amount of carbon emissions. So it becomes a bit of a volunteer program for corporations to say, hey, we invest in carbon sequestration, and we have to, you know, we work with Green Minneapolis, who in turn, the park board is their operator, so to speak, where we're the ones planting and maintaining the trees. Green Minneapolis is brokering the deal, and City Forest Credits is the authorizing, kind of the governing body of this credit system. So that's kind of how the plan works. The MOU also outlines the potential of, you know, exploring other funding options. So there might be just private donation stuff. You know, there's the carbon stuff. But in the end, all of our conversations, the spirit of this, actually in the MOU that the park board would use, you know, union labor to perform the tree planting and maintenance.
Thank you, Assistant Superintendent Barrick. Are there any other questions from commissioners? Or hands, any other questions? Not seeing any, I'll ask the secretary to take the roll.
Commissioner Bourne,
No.
Commissioner Musich,
Aye.
Commissioner Severson,
No.
Commissioner Meyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan,
No.
Commissioner French,
No.
Commissioner Forney,
Aye.
Vice President Vita,
Aye.
President Cogill.
Aye.
You have 5 ayes, 4 nays.
That carries. Turning it over to Chair Meyer.
I move resolution 2021-246, a resolution approving the playground concept plan for Kenny Park.
The resolution has been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Resolution has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion, questions, or otherwise from commissioners regarding the resolution? Any discussion? Any discussion? I'm not seeing any. Sounds good. Thank you to staff for all their work doing this and the community involvement that went along with it. I'll ask the secretary to please take the roll.
Commissioner Bourne,
Aye.
Commissioner Musich,
Aye.
Commissioner Severson,
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan,
Aye.
Commissioner French,
Aye.
Commissioner Forney,
Aye.
Vice President Vita,
Aye.
President Cogill.
Aye.
You have 9 ayes.
That carries. Chair Meyer.
I move resolution 2021-247, resolution approving the Cedar Riverside Recreation Center pre-design.
The resolution has been moved and there has been a second. Is there any discussion on this item, the Cedar Riverside Recreation Center pre-design? Any questions, comments, or otherwise? Seeing none, I will ask the secretary to please take the roll on the resolution.
Commissioner Bourne,
Aye.
Commissioner Musich,
Aye.
Commissioner Severson,
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan,
Aye.
Commissioner French,
Aye.
Commissioner Forney,
Aye.
Vice President Vita,
Aye.
President Cogill.
Aye.
You have 9 ayes.
That carries.
I move resolution 2021-249, a resolution approving the Hiawatha Golf Course Area Master Plan and its amendment to the Nokomis Hiawatha Regional Park Master Plan.
The resolution has been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
The resolution has been moved and seconded. I think I'll ask, before we go into comments and questions, for a short staff overview once again on the master plan. I'll call on, I don't know if it's Director Swenson or Assistant Superintendent Schroeder, if he's here. I don't know who's currently in charge of planning. We have Mr. Pedersen. Go ahead.
Yes, I am here. Secretary Ringgold, I believe there's a presentation here. I'll be brief with this since you all have seen this. Chair Meyer, commissioners, thanks for letting me kind of go through this again here. This is the Hiawatha Golf Course Area Master Plan. It's going to be an amendment to the Nokomis Hiawatha Regional Park Master Plan. Next slide, please. Just a reminder of what a master plan is. It's a document and is a conceptual roadmap. It sets the vision to guide long-term development improvements to the park, guides stewardship, ensures park features, functions, and amenities reflect the needs of the community that it serves, and it strives for long-term financial and ecological sustainability. It is also a funding tool. Next slide, please. So why are we planning? We have an obligation to ecology here. The State Climatology Office, who actually presented to this board earlier this year in January, notes that there's unprecedented wetness and warmth already observed. And despite increased precipitations, there are some normal variations, ups and downs, that will continue. As kind of witnessed from this year, drought will remain part of our climate. So even though this year is drier, overall we are getting wetter and hotter. Next slide, please. So this obligation to ecology, the plan pushes towards a balance of golf and other activities set in the landscape guided by water management. It necessarily bends towards ecology and its aspirations. So everything that we're looking at here, it really reflects ecology most of all. It recognizes that restoration of natural processes are a goal greater than those supporting human activities on the site. So we really want to focus on those processes and firming those up. Choices favor preservation, conservation, and restoration. The restoration of sustainable water patterns and recreation balanced in a new ecologically driven landscape form the higher order goals inherent in the plan. Next slide, please. So we've got a social responsibility. We want to honor the Black history at the golf course. We want to partner with local BIPOC golfers and organizations. We want to create a space for learning the game and introducing the game to new golfers. So not just sustaining the current level of folks that are on the course. We actually want to build the sport here, and this is a good opportunity for that. We want to reverse the urban encroachment into natural areas. This is introducing a new natural area to South Minneapolis. It's honoring water, which is a theme that we heard from several of the focus session comments, and working with local and indigenous communities to help reverse a portion of the park board's past destruction of nature. So this area here is heavily modified by the park board, us. There's much work to be done, and this plan is really just a starting point for the park. Next slide, please. Financial responsibility, also one of the things that we want to make sure that we're on top of here. We want to introduce new revenue sources that are compatible with the regional park, the neighborhood, and the golf course. We want to create a flood resilient golf course that can bounce back in days or weeks and not months. We want to make sure that that revenue is continuing to come in. And we want to tap into the dense urban population surrounding the park, seek new park users and golfers that will support the park, the golf course, and other elements within the park itself. Next slide, please. I'm going to kind of gloss over this one. I think we all kind of know how we got here, but basically 2014, the site flooded pretty dramatically. We did an initial study and found out that we were actually dewatering. So that's removing groundwater from the ground from a large basin within the golf course. We did not have a permit to do this, so we were going against state law. The pumps were designed to transfer stormwater to the lake, not to transfer or pump groundwater. And for pumping stormwater, there is no permit required for that. Several water management alternatives were created. So this is not the only alternative that we've looked at. We actually introduced two of them a few years back where you all decided to go this route. Water management alternative B, as I just spoke, alternative B was approved August of 2017 and again clarified by the board in 2017. Master planning began again in March 2018. We had 3 concepts created by March of 2019, and the preferred alternative was created in April of 2020. We went through a review period in July of 2022, or excuse me, in July of 2020. And that closed in September, and now it is before you all for your consideration again here. Next slide, please. Community engagement, we had a number of public meetings between 2015 and the start of master planning. We had one neighbor-specific meeting regarding the basements, dozens of emails, email updates, excuse me, between 2014 and 2020. Several CAC meetings, focus session, open houses, where we dug a little bit deeper. We had surveys, we had a video presentation that was actually viewed by 2,700 people, many more people than we might be able to cram into a gym. So it's nice to see that several people got to see the video. And then we had 345 surveys collected during the comment period. Next slide, please. The CAC helped develop a vision for the project. The different colors there are related to different categories: natural resources, community and equity, recreation, circulation, and connectivity. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So some of the guiding principles surrounded natural resources. Next slide, please. Other guiding principles surrounded community and equity. Next slide, please. Recreation. Next slide, please. And connectivity and circulation. Next slide, please. At the last 2 meetings, it actually took 2 meetings to kind of figure this out, plus a kind of an after-hours survey with the CAC. We developed 26 prioritized elements. The top priority was to protect homes from groundwater intrusion, including engineering analysis. Of these 26 items, all of them are going to be or are included in the proposed master plan, except for being able to build all 18 holes. Next slide, please. So as I just mentioned, all of the priorities were met except for one, the 18-hole golf course. A flood resilient and ecologically driven 18-hole course just can't fit within the site. It contradicts the board's outline direction in resolution 2018-230. And elevating 18 holes above the elevation of the lake will reduce floodplain volumes and push floodwaters to the next lowest areas, meeting the neighborhoods. We don't want to do that. Next slide, please. So the key components of the master plan. The site changes pretty dramatically. We introduce open areas of water, wetland areas, areas that are set aside for habitat, areas that are set aside for active recreation, like golf, the driving range, other areas. And then we've got some gathering spaces near where the existing clubhouse is, and on the north west corners of the site, some community gathering, more neighborhood oriented or focused areas. Next slide, please. So what does the plan accomplish? It accomplishes a balance. There's compromise here. It doesn't favor one thing over the other. It really does create a compromise. We have ecological sustainability that we're striving for, financial sustainability, and we want to minimize risk. We want to keep golf operating and minimize that risk to it. Next slide, please. So balancing ecology. The photo below there is at Cedar Avenue and Minnehaha Boulevard. That's kind of where that the current coffee shop, Caribou Coffee, is sitting right now. And that is a very wet meadow or wetland there back in 1922. Next slide, please. We want to balance golf with other things on the site. Redesigning the course for 9 holes with learning facilities. We want to introduce new players to the sport. That means growth, not just sustaining the numbers. We want to actually grow here. We introduce golfers to a new park experience where significant areas are reshaped. We also recognize the limited amount of time people have to play golf. The golf industry is adjusting to these trends. A quote from Jack Nicklaus is, the game takes too long, the game is too hard, and it's too expensive. So 9 holes is something that we're shooting for here. Next slide, please. And balancing histories. So Hiawatha's history of supporting people of color at the site is pretty deep. It brought the game of golf to many people of color, while other areas were very off limits to them. So they were able to practice, become better golfers, have that camaraderie in a welcoming space, though not able to, at beginning times, not able to actually be in the clubhouse. They could still golf on the course. The area is also part of Dakota history. It is Bedote. The treaties were erased. Dakota were violently pushed from their homeland, but they are still here. And we want to be able to recognize that as well. Next slide, please. Cost, revenue, and funding. Some of the key takeaways are master planning is the tool to get the funds. We need to do this. We don't have the money now. We need to do this in order to get the money. There are many ways to pay for these improvements. There's several different funding sources that we could tap into. Budget categories and enterprise fund are run like a business. Net profits are put back into it. Generally, tax money is not used by the enterprise fund or by the golf courses. Key takeaway is also this is a starting point. We want our implementation to be incremental, and we need partnerships. Next slide, please. Quick review of the public comment period. It was open from July 15 to September 15, 2020. There were several hundred surveys, 26 emails, and emails from partners. Next slide, please. Theme statistics, 372 responses, making 1,181 comments, 463 total themes. The majority of those themes were no impact themes. 70 of the themes were low impact or led to minor plan modifications or clarifications. So no impact themes are either positive or things that wouldn't impact the actual plan. Low impact items are things like grammar mistakes and things that can be easily clarified, stuff like that. And those were changed in the master plan for this final master plan. And then 46 themes were high impact themes where if we were going to accept those, it would directly contradict the CAC's recommendation in the recommended master plan. And those themes were not changed. And then 11 of the themes were moderate impact themes, which you all have seen. Next slide, please. So plan modifications based on low impact theme feedback. These are just some of the items that were changed based on those comments. Next slide, please. Two of the high impact themes to note were keep 18 holes of golf and remove golf altogether. Next slide, please. So both items are high impact because they directly contradict the recommended master plan and the board's direction, 2018-230, that resolution. 18 holes of golf will not physically fit on the site without site while following resolution 2018-230. Remove golf altogether. Also in 2018-230, we needed to provide at a minimum a flood resilient and ecologically driven 9-hole course. Next slide, please. And that is it. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Pedersen, for the presentation and for your work. I'll now ask commissioners for any comments or questions. Commissioner Severson.
Thank you, President Cogill, for recognizing me. I got quite a few questions and concerns. Just because Mr. Pedersen gave us that presentation, I'll start with him. I heard you specifically say we're getting wetter and hotter. With that, I guess my question is how much water are we currently pumping? And are we within the permitted amount that the DNR gave us?
Chair Meyer, Commissioner Severson, that's a good question. We ran the numbers. We're at about 230 million gallons so far this year. So that's January 1 through the end of June. That currently is under our permitted amount.
I'm sorry, my phone had cut out. Can you say that one more time? As of June 30, so exactly 6 months of pumping this year, we're up at about 230 million gallons so far. And what is our amount allocated by our permit from the DNR?
We recently bumped it up because it wasn't quite as high. I can't recall the new number, but it was originally 308 million gallons per year.
Okay. I had a few conversations with Senator Champion today, and he wanted to note for the record, and he specifically asked me to ask this question. It doesn't appear that our legislative delegation supports this. Specifically, he wanted me to ask if Vice President Vita would share with our board the conversation that she had with the legislation delegation, which included Senator Champion, Senator Torres Ray, and Council Vice President Jenkins. if she would be willing to share a little bit of what happened per Senator Champion's request, that would be great.
Commissioner Severson, you can continue your comments. If Commissioner or Vice President Vito wants to speak at another time, she can do so, but you can continue.
Oh, great. All right. It was just a courtesy that I was extending for Senator Champion. So a few questions. So we're going to spend $43 million on this project. Superintendent Bangor, have we ever spent $43 million on a project? Or has there been anything close to this kind of impact that the park board has spent?
President Cogill, Commissioner Severson, I don't know that offhand. I am not aware of that. I would have to defer to Assistant Superintendent Schroeder, but I'm not aware of a $43 million project that I'm aware of at this moment. Assistant Superintendent Schroeder, do you have any feedback that you can give to Commissioner Severson?
Superintendent Bangor, President Cogill, and Commissioner Severson. Actually, as we look at our master plans, most of them spend in the neighborhood of hundreds of millions of dollars. If we look at, for instance, the Southwest Service Area Master Plan, I'm sure that number exceeds $300 million that we'd be spending in those neighborhood parks. So as we look at all of our master plans, we project the total cost. All of them have costs that are in the many millions of dollars as we look at implementation. It's important to look at implementation occurring over the horizon of the time of the master plan, which we project as say 20 to 30 years. So as we look at that, we are receiving funds consistently through the regional park dollars and other allocations from partners, which would, in this case, as Tyler Patterson noted, forming partnerships with the Minnehaha Creek Watershed District and the city of Minneapolis to implement aspects of this project that are important to their goals as well.
But Hiawatha is one amenity where the master plan is many amenities, correct?
The master plan would be part of the Nokomis Hiawatha master plan, if I'm understanding your question correctly. And that plan too has millions of dollars of improvements attached to it.
Okay, so have we ever spent $43 million on one amenity?
That's what I understood.
If you're asking about what we're spending money on, I don't know that we could calculate the dollars that we spent on one amenity because we typically continue to invest in those properties over time. I don't know if I can fairly answer your question, Commissioner Severson, because we're not implementing everything at one point in time, and we're proposing that there would be several amenities on as an evolution of this property.
So maybe Council Rice can help answer this question with his historical knowledge. Council Rice, have we ever spent this type of money on one amenity?
Mr. Chair, our President, Commissioner Severson, the one that comes to mind would be the Central Riverfront. That involved acquisitions, parkway, transformation of property. You know, if you take Boom Island, B.F. Nelson, Nicollet Island, Father Hennepin, that could be that big. The most recent one would be Waterworks. I mean, that was 18 to 20. That was a discrete building.
Have we ever spent $43 million in North Minneapolis on one amenity?
I mean, North Mississippi Park was probably in the magnitude of around 20, maybe, with the Croning Center. Okay. There is the Upper Harbor Terminal plan that's being contemplated. I think all of those we had. A lot of that was state funding or combination of things.
What are the chances our legislation delegation would support something like this?
Is that directed to me? Or
President Cogill, I guess, wouldn't allow me to ask the question per Senator Champion's request. So he also said you were in on the call. What kind of welcoming did you get from our delegation around this possible project?
Mr.
with,
Chair, I wasn't, Commissioner, Severson, I was on a call with Commissioner, Vita. I was at the delegation when we had the legislative meeting earlier this year. I mean, I think all the commissioners were there. This was a topic of discussion at that meeting.
Can you remind us of what that, what was your take from them on this?
I think that all the commissioners could form a judgment. There were a lot of questions about this project from the delegation. So I think like anything, this hasn't risen to a legislative request yet. And I don't know that Mr. Schroeder would be more familiar with the plan about how to finance it, whether this would go to the legislature or not.
Well, that's my next question. Assistant Superintendent Schroeder, how do we pay for this? I want to get you on record before I dive into the document from the Hiawatha Golf Course Area Master Plan. How do we pay for this?
President Kogel, Commissioner Severson, the master plan outlines that we would have a series of potential funding partnerships that we would look at. I mentioned the watershed district and the city of Minneapolis as two. It's possible that we could have funding from other sources as well. We haven't pursued those at this point because we have no master plan. I also wanted to just, as I had a chance to thank Commissioner Severson after your question about have we spent a significant amount of dollars, and with some help from others in the planning staff, it's noted that when the parkway system was reestablished or reinvigorated in the 70s, it could have been, if we look at it in 2022 dollars, that might have equaled or even surpassed the 43 million, and that is a single a single amenity that runs through the whole system. If we could look at the dollars that would have been involved in dredging Rice Lake to create Lake Hiawatha in today's dollars, it certainly could have approached that when you look at for that single amenity. And then as we look at what we will eventually be doing with the park that evolves at Above the Falls, where we have a commitment of, I think, $12 million to date, we'll likely be investing $40 million or more in that park as it gets completed.
So one cause of concern for myself, if my fellow commissioners, my colleagues have not had a chance to read the master plan, I think on page 35 raises a lot of concerns and questions, particularly the fact that $20 million, a little more than $20 million will be coming out of the general fund to support this, and the rest will be coming from the enterprise fund, which is, I mean, I'm really concerned at the point where.
Severson, could you wrap up your comments? Your time is up.
Oh, I didn't know this was time sensitive. How much time am I allocated so I can make sure I start my watch on this next time?
It's the same as it's always been. You have an initial comment period, and then you get a second time on any item.
And then, and how much time is that?
The first one, and it's 3 minutes for the first one, and the timer is right behind me on my screen.
Okay, I must have missed that. So there's a chunk of money coming out of the enterprise fund, which it's very confusing for me because the enterprise fund seems to be failing and just holding on by a thread and actually becoming possibly more successful because of golf. But we're going to take the enterprise fund, which golf is supplying, to take over this course, which may not turn a profit, which then again will put golf in the red, and then we'll turn around and say we don't need golf courses, or we'll have some type of leadership in the planning department that wants to kill golf, and which will turn around and say, hey, golf is dead, we need to get rid of this. So I mean, I feel like, are we setting this up to fail here with this? I must say, it's just a huge concern, and it sets a precedent that I'm concerned about. Are we going to fund North Commons and everything that was included out of our general fund or the enterprise fund?
Commissioner Severson, as I mentioned, you're over your time. You can raise your hand again to be recognized a second time. I'm going to move on to the next speaker. I see that we have Commissioner Bourne's hand raised.
Excuse me. Thank you, President Cogill. I have a couple of staff questions. I then have a motion. Over the 6 years that we've been working on this, we talked ad nauseum about flood resiliency. A few months back, we started talking about climate resiliency. We also had a representative from the DNR say that we had to start preparing amenities for drought resiliency. And I'm wondering about the years of planning this amenity to be flood resilient. I'm sure it is climate resilient, but if we're looking at right now in the midst of a drought, we can have a grass fire, but if we're reintroducing native trees, native species, and reforesting there, what kind of like wildfire mitigation risk plan is in place that if you could turn in the master plan, direct me to where our safety plan is for wildfires as we're reintroducing a forested area in the middle of a residential area under this plan, and like I said, I'm sure that this design is as drought resilient as it is flood resilient, but if staff could just point me to where on the plan I would find that safety plan, that would be great.
President Cogill and Commissioner Bourne, this plan doesn't have a safety plan. That would be a logical element to implement as we move beyond a master plan into actual implementation.
Okay, but there's a flood resiliency plan, but not a drought not a drought resiliency plan, if I'm understanding that right.
President Cogill and Commissioner Bourne, the key issue here is ecologic resiliency, and what we're doing, you pointed several times to flood resistance. There is the potential for flood resistance on this property because it exists at an elevation lower than Lake Hiawatha. When we talk about pumping, we're pumping groundwater and stormwater. We have no limitations on the amount of stormwater we pump, but we are pumping groundwater, and that's been a question for us because we have not been permitted until recently to pump groundwater. Tyler Pedersen noted that we're pumping about 230 million gallons of groundwater so far this year, which is within our permit. That has had to be raised in the past few years, even since we've got our temporary permit to be pumping water, which the DNR would allow us to maintain until some resolution to this master plan. If we were to continue pumping, even at a lesser rate, we're likely to exceed the permitted volume, even the adjusted permitted volume, by the end of the year in a drought year. So as we look at ecological resistance, we're not only looking at flooding, we're looking at the potential for groundwater intrusion onto this site. If we stop pumping, this course will be inundated by water.
I'm not entirely sure that was my question, but I do appreciate the response. To echo Commissioner Severson's points about the $20 million in the general fund, the partners that we're talking about are in the tune of hundreds of thousands of dollars, maybe, to a $40-some million project. We've robbed the general fund for enterprise things before, and it's always ugly. It's always ugly. It's swing sets we're not funding. It's waiting pools that we're not funding when we take something from enterprise and take funding from the general fund to support it. So we're really screwing over neighborhoods and kids with that. This is the best plan I've ever wanted to not vote for. Golf is on the decline. There are some environmental pieces. As golf is declining and the market consolidates and retracts, Hiawatha will only become more and more and more profitable until we reach a tipping point where golfers are no longer with us, and that quote about golfing is very true, that there's just not enough golfers out there to sustain any courses. Hiawatha is always going to become more and more viable until that's done. So, I do want to vote for this plan. I don't want to rob the general fund. I would offer a motion to suspend the rules for the purposes of amending the Hiawatha master plan. to include a contingency clause for staff to begin implementation, dependent on the plan securing a dedicated $5 million per year for an 8-year implementation levy from the Board of Estimate and Taxation that does not impact current or future levies of the Minneapolis Park Board, and a subsequent dedicated, non-duplicated $500,000 annual recreation levy for the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board for 20 years to replace lost revenue from fees collected at Hiawatha.
Commissioner Bourne has made a motion. For clarity, Commissioner Bourne, was this entered ahead of the meeting 24 hours before?
This is a motion to suspend the rules to consider.
Understood. I just want to understand that the motion hasn't been provided in writing to any commissioners.
That is correct.
Okay, this is the first we're hearing it, but you'll provide it in writing, maybe email it to us so that we can look at it?
I'll provide it to the secretary. I can read it again too.
Very good. So the motion has, there's been a motion made to suspend the rules for the purposes of considering the motion that Commissioner Bourne just read. Is there a second?
Second.
There has been a motion and a second for the purposes of considering suspending the rules. Is there any discussion on the suspension of the rules?
A discussable item.
Oh, okay. I will have the secretary please take the roll on suspending the rules.
Commissioner Bourne.
Aye.
Commissioner Musich.
No.
Commissioner Severson.
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer.
No.
Commissioner Hassan.
Aye.
Commissioner French.
Aye.
Commissioner Forney.
No.
Vice President Vita.
No.
President Cogill.
No.
You have 4 ayes, 5 nays.
That does not carry. Commissioner Bourne, you did use up your time for your first speaking portion. If you want to raise your hand again, I will get back to you. Our next speaker is Commissioner French.
Yeah. Commissioner Severson and Commissioner Bourne talked about numbers and the capability of doing certain things. I want to talk about what this place means to certain people. Talk about the history and talk about what people could and could not do in this place. Also want to talk about how, progress in this search for progress has destroyed many black communities throughout this country. But there was a neighborhood in Minneapolis, just like throughout the country, that was slated to be destroyed in the guise of progress. That was Prospect Park in Minneapolis. Very affluent, very intelligent neighborhood. A lot of U of M professors lived over there. The highway was slated to go through that neighborhood and that community and destroy that community. White folks stood up and said, "You're not going to destroy our community. You're not going to take down our community." They had power, they had the ability to organize, and they had influence. Every city in this country, every major city where there's a large black population, had to listen to white people say, "Hey, we're going to make progress here by destroying your community. We're going to make progress here by taking what you love and care about and destroying it. And we're going to build something better there." Time and time again. I haven't played a round of golf in my life, but when I got black elders calling me saying, "Please don't destroy something that means a lot to us." White folks have a tendency to, once they believe this is the proper thing to do, this is the right thing to do, everybody else they can be indifferent to everybody else's plight. And don't get me wrong, being environmentally conscious, protecting our watershed, these are all good things to be doing. But why do it have to be at the expense of what black folks care about? Why does it have to be at our expense? I've had so many calls in the past 2 weeks from black elders in this community saying, please don't tear this place down. I've had people call me and say, hey, my dad used to take me there when I was a kid. This is the only place we could go. This is the only place we could afford to play at. And that's so many memories. But when it's near and dear to black folks, we need progress. Gotta make the environment okay. Gotta make sure that the water's protected. White folks been screwing up the environment for hundreds of years, thousands maybe. Don't use progress as a way to destroy something that's really meaningful to black folks. Don't do it.
Thank you, Commissioner French. Vice President Ita, followed by Musich.
Thank you, President Cogill. Commissioner Severson asked the question earlier of me, and I don't know, but I think he's talking about the legislative breakfast we held earlier this year. Specifically, he asked about 3 people, and I don't want to go into like all 3 of those persons' comments because I don't remember them. But Senator Champion, not only at that breakfast, but many other times have had conversations with myself and other people on this board, and said that he supports the history, the 18 holes, that, you know, what he's hearing in his office is that people who look like us feel like something is being taken away from them. And like Commissioner French, I've received these calls for not only 2 weeks, but the entire time that I've served on this park board. I thought I was doing a good job at bringing some amendments forward, you know, that failed the last time, that would honor the legacy and the history of the Black community. While we have a unique chance to do that, this opportunity doesn't always come up. We don't always have an opportunity to change the name after a golf legend, or we don't always have the opportunity to create a system-wide golf program that centers Black and brown children, that creates a future for them in golf, and not just as golfers, because as some have said, golf may be a dying sport. I don't know. I don't golf. But what I do know is, as long as we have a system in place, as a Black woman who sits on this board, I thought it was important to create legacy through finance and not just through seeing Black and brown people out on that course. So the idea of a training program, the idea of, you know, the concessions being led by Black and brown folks, that meant more to me than golf. Because like I said, I'm not a golfer, I don't know. But it is clear that that golf course means a lot to a lot of people, the way that it is, on top of all of the other things that I have proposed that were, you know, back in April that failed. I had the pleasure of meeting with 2 of Solomon Hughes' children last week at the clubhouse. It was literally the highlight of being a Parks Commissioner, to hear the history, to see them in person with their father's golf bag and shoes and hat, and show me all these programs and tell me all these wonderful stories. We scheduled an hour and ended up being there for 4 hours. So as I said, it was the highlight of my career being on the park board. This has been tremendous. Like this golf course has been, I mean, it's consumed so much time for us on the park board. It is really, it's been a lot.
Thank you, Vice President. Commissioner Musich, followed by Commissioner Severson for the second time.
Thank you, President Cogill. I have a question for Assistant Superintendent Schroeder regarding how long the course was not available for play after the 2014 floods. I know we partially reopened it the second season, but how many golf seasons were impacted by the last flood in this location? And if you want to pass it to Mr. Pedersen, it looks like he might be ready to answer it as well.
President Cogill and Commissioner Musich, I will pass it on to Tyler Patterson.
President Cogill, Commissioner Musich, thanks for the question. Yeah, in June 2014, we had 11.36 inches of rainfall. June 19, just basically middle of the month there, the whole course closed. That fall, the front 9 opened. and which was less impacted by the flood. And then spring of 2016 was the opening of the full course, so the back nine opened spring of 2016.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I appreciate it. And under the new master plan that's being proposed here, how long of the season would be impacted after a flood event?
Tyler Pedersen, again, could probably provide the best answer to that question.
Thank you.
President Kogel, Commissioner Musich, with this, we are planning to have the 9-hole course be able to shed that water quick enough to open within days or a few weeks.
Okay, and I assume that that's driven by how long it takes for the water to get out of the full watershed and allow this property to drain. But we'll get more into that in the detailed engineering documents. Is that accurate?
President Kogel, Commissioner Musich, that is accurate. Right now, we're at a very conceptual level, looking at feasibility. As we start to actually dive much deeper into water management here, exactly how groundwater flows, the extent of that. We would also be looking at engineering the topography of the area to best shed that water effectively.
And under the conditions in 2014-15, when we had the flood problems that closed the course, what was the loss to the enterprise fund related to the restoration of this site during the time that we were unable to operate it as a golf course?
President Kogel, Commissioner Musich, I guess I would defer to Michael Schroeder.
And Commissioner Musich and President Kogel, I think I would have to defer to Director Wiseman for a specific amount on how much was lost during that period.
President Kogel and Commissioner Musich, I don't have that off the top of my head. I could pull up our history and reply in just a couple minutes if there's other questions you want to go to.
Thank you. I don't have additional questions at this time.
Thank you, Commissioner Musich. Commissioner Severson for the second time.
As I sit here and think about the robust debate that's happening, I wonder, what would Solomon Hughes think about this, of this plan? And I don't know that answer. Does anybody know if his family supports this or his children support this? Have they sent anything in support of moving forward with this or standing against this resolution? Anyone?
Yeah, I can answer if you let me, Mr. President.
Go ahead, Commissioner Hassan.
Thank you. Commissioner Severson, yes, I think Shirley Solomon's daughter was on the line. She wasn't able to get in, but I don't think none of the family is in support of it. I think if Ms. President lets in, she can speak on behalf.
Oh, thank you, Commissioner Hassan. I appreciate you trying to recognize and getting them in earlier and our president failing to let them in, because I think that would have a huge impact on this resolution. I'm a bit baffled and hurt by the commissioner from District 1 who put on social media that he thought that I was something in the words of the worst person on this board when it comes to environment. And the environment is extremely important to me. I live less than 6 blocks from Northern Metals, and we know what Northern Metals has done. And to our community, it's decimated it and caused a lot of health concerns.
Commissioner Severson, if you could wrap up your comments.
Yep, but with all due respect, sometimes I see progressive policies supersede I don't want to say people of color. I want to see African Americans, Black people directly, and poor folks, and that's just it's concerning to me. I just want to say, as a white American, it's particularly concerning for me when white people stand up and say this is what's best for African Americans. If you've done that this evening, I think that you have some soul searching to do. I'm okay with you saying that this may be best for the environment, but I think we've said enough about what's best for the African American community. I think there's a time and a place where we don't do that no more. And I hope that moving forward, that we don't do that starting tonight with this resolution.
Thank you, Commissioner Severson. Commissioner Bourne for the second.
Thank you, President Cogill. You know, I feel really strongly that something like this plan should pass someday, but not today. The board has voted this down once. We have a divided TAC. We have a divided delegation. We have a divided board. We have no money. The plan before us doesn't address the drought conditions that we're living in now, and the DNR just told us a few months ago in their last visit to us that we needed to prepare for. And on top of that, it's an emerging and becoming a more visible civil rights issue to more and more of us. I talked about money just a couple of minutes ago, and I heard Commissioner French speak, and I got goosebumps. It reminded me a lot of conversations that this board had and I led around installing a dog park in Martin Luther King Park when I first got on this board. I was a kid and I grew up fast, and I could have got the votes to put that in. It was about the easiest campaign promise I could have delivered. I had elders in the community come up and say to me that simply because you can do a thing does not mean that you should do a thing. And I think the votes are probably here to pass this today. I think a board of children will pass this today, and not a board of adults. When you have a marginalized community, excuse me, President Cogill, I'll finish in 1 second. When you have a marginalized community speak to a government body that ignores them so long, so often, and so much, and are speaking to us so loud, we have an obligation to listen. I've never seen a bigger project that has the least amount of consensus come through this board. If a board of children wants to pass this tonight, more power. I hope a board of adults will consider working on this a little bit more, and I won't be supporting this evening.
Thank you, Commissioner Bourne. Commissioner French for the second time.
Yeah, I have a question. How does the $46 million that's planned for this project affect our equity matrix? Is that in line with our equity matrix, if we're gonna spend $46 million on the south side? No one can answer that question.
President Cogill and Commissioner French, as we look at this, we can do an assessment of that as we move forward, because we are addressing this in a regional park. We do have regional park equity metrics, and one of the factors that we look at is access. So this is adding more access to basically 160 acres of regional park that has relatively limited access today. So we could look at those numbers and provide some hints back to you. Director Arvidsson is showing up here, and he may also have some sense of how that could work more directly.
President, is it all right if I add one note to that comment?
Would that be helpful, Commissioner French? Director Arvidsson, go ahead.
President Cogill, Commissioner French, the timing of allocations in the regional park system would be guided by the equity metrics. So any expenditure of regional dollars into this park would happen when this park's equity number comes up. So it would still be prioritized against the other parks in the system according to the equity metric. And in the regional system, Nokomis Hiawatha ranks in the bottom half compared to some other parks. And in general, because there are fewer regional parks, each regional park does tend to see an allocation about every 6 years, which is more rapid than obviously the many more neighborhood parks. So it wouldn't be so much that this investment would affect the equity metric, it would be guided by the equity metric in terms of its timing and prioritization.
And then, you know, a lot is full. This will only do that after we approve this, right? Basically, is my understanding, right? Is that when it goes through the equity matrix process after approval?
Director Arvidsson, would you like to answer that question?
Sure. President Cogill, Commissioner French, Nokomis Hiawatha Regional Park is already in our equity metric, and any items that are in its master plan are eligible for expenditure, especially primarily under the regional dollars that we receive. Golf courses are not currently eligible to receive any regional funding. So under this plan, there would be more land area in Nokomis Hiawatha that would become eligible for regional funding. However, those improvements, as you correctly state, would not be eligible until a master plan is adopted by this board and by the Metropolitan Council.
Okay, thank you. I just got one more comment.
I believe you still have
The comment is about the concessions and the vendors that will be, you know, that's something that should have been done anyway. So I don't think that if we're saying that we can't have we either have an 18-hole, we either have a 9-hole, or name the concessions, or give the concessions to a black vendor, we can do both. We can have an 18-hole and still have black vendors. We can do both. So I just want that to be on the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner French.
Mr. President, I had my hand raised.
I see that Commissioner Hassan for the first time.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was hoping to see the numbers add up for the vote, and it looks like it's a long due project, a plan that needs to be done, and it's a historic place. I talked to Shirley, Solomon's daughter as well, and the family. I do respect the historic aspect of this plan, but I don't see. I mean, we do, and are we gonna take some money from our youth programs, enterprise? I also talked to the legislative delegation as well. I don't see where these numbers are coming from. I mean, I do remember when I was the chair of my neighborhood, Finjura Village, it takes partners to make project happen. And I don't see that happening. I do see a board that's divided as well. When we had the Phillips Aquatic Center that came in, it took the neighborhood, the county, the state, and the park board to have the first indoor swimming pool. So I don't see a plan that's well put together. I mean, I do see the plan, but I don't see the numbers. And I don't want to offend, the community that I represent and everyone because of a lack of plan. So I hope, we can get those numbers fixed. And we do also have union members, union employees that work there. I mean, we can't even keep our park keepers. So where are we getting this money is what I want to know. Thanks, Mr. President.
Thank you, Commissioner Hassan. I'm just gonna briefly speak. I mean, want to say a couple things. This has been a long process, and the intent in bringing this back for consideration is really out of respect for the public's time over the last many years to address what is a problem that's not going to go away. Presidents before me, including former President Bourne, could have shut down this entire process at that time, come up with a different process. But here we are. We went through an entire engagement process that was well outlined by staff that included a community advisory committee that was established by this same board. And we came out with recommendations. And not only that, we are facing the truth, whether or not we want to accept it, that we have major climate change coming our way. It's not going away. We are looking out right now at a hazy Minneapolis environment due to the burning of forests far north of us. And those kinds of crazy environmental phenomenon are not going to stop, and the projections for rain water are not going to go away. And what does that mean for that site? It means if we don't take action, maybe not tonight, but soon, we won't have a golf course to protect. There won't be an historic place to golf at or recall the history of. And I think if we're talking about a responsible approach, the time is always right to take a first step. We know that the funds are not there. No one's saying that they are. There's no dollars allocated. What this does is responsibly respond to the reality that this site was formerly a massive swamp. That's not going to change either, no matter what kind of human engineering is done and the number of decades of investment to shift the reality of this space. It's going to be a swamp. My perspective is if we want to honor the cultural histories, the converging cultural histories of this space, we need to take an initial step to acknowledge what the future reality of this space is going to be. It's the responsible thing to do. It's not an easy thing to do, but I am going to be supporting it this evening. With that, I'll ask Vice President Vita to speak second time.
Thank you, President Cogill. I just want to lastly say that, when I came into this process, I came in it thinking from an environmental lens. Definitely, I've witnessed the flooding. I've rode my bike through the flooding in that area. So my initial approach was about how do we make the space better. But over time, I really found out that, Solomon Hughes was a civil rights hero. The civil rights hero of his time. He fought to golf in that space. He fought to also, go in the clubhouse and eat a sandwich. His kids talked about how his wife packed him a lunch every day because he couldn't go into the clubhouse and eat a sandwich, and because he, and how he sat outside with his friend, his golf partner, and ate a sandwich. And they also said, we love a sandwich named after my dad in the concessions because he had a specific sandwich. But I will tell you, as a Black woman who's seen history be erased, who has watched civil rights heroes' legacy be torn apart, I can't do that. I can't be the Black woman who sits on this dais and say, Solomon Hughes and his children don't matter, and all the hundreds of maybe even thousands of Black people who have reached out to me about this. Like, our history matters. If it's a golf course, it's a golf course. I can't say where history matters to people at. This is so hard for me because I really did want outcomes for everyone. But it's like, as a Black woman, the history, it matters to me. The legacy, the civil rights, what he put into even being able to step on that soil means so much to me.
Thank you, Vice President Vita. I'm not seeing any other hands raised. I will ask the Secretary to please take the roll.
Commissioner Bourne?
No.
Commissioner Musich?
Aye.
Commissioner Severson,
No.
Commissioner Meyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan,
Yes.
Commissioner French,
No.
Commissioner Forney,
Aye.
Vice President Vita,
Pass.
President Cogill,
Pass.
Commissioner Hassan,
Yes.
Commissioner Hassan, you're going to have to vote. We're not gonna
We'll
just go
pass
through
for a
again.
second time.
We're just gonna go around one more
You're going
time.
to pass for a second time, President Vogel.
Vice President Vita,
Pass.
President Cogill,
Pass.
Commissioner Hassan,
No.
Vice President Vita,
No.
President Cogill.
Yes.
You have 4 ayes, 5 nays.
That does not carry. Our next resolution, Chair Meyer.
Move resolution 2021-250, a resolution suspending board policy and procedure and naming the clubhouse at Hiawatha Golf Course and any replacement of the clubhouse at Hiawatha Golf Course to be the Solomon Hughes Clubhouse.
The resolution has been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
The resolution has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? I believe we do have Shirley Hughes here if she wishes to speak to this renaming. Is that the case? I don't know, Commissioner Hassan, if you got that connected or not.
Sure, I can do that.
In the meantime, I'll see if anybody wants to comment on this item. Vice President Vito?
Yes. Secretary Ringgold, can we pull those pictures? Can we get those pictures? Let me see. So as I said, last week, I had the opportunity to sit down with Solomon Hughes Jr. and Shirley Hughes, who are 2 children of golf legend Solomon Hughes Sr. They specifically said that we should make sure that the clubhouse says Solomon Hughes Sr. because there are 3 Solomon Hugheses, and they don't want anyone to think that the son or the grandson are the golf legends.
Mr. President, we have on the line.
Okay, go ahead.
Commissioner Hassan, oh, okay.
You can go ahead.
Go ahead, I'll come back to Vice President Vita. Sounds like we have the daughter of Solomon Hughes, Shirley Hughes, on the line.
Go ahead and speak. Can you mute the TVs?
Commissioner Hassan, this is not, we're not able to hear this. We might need to have somebody in the AV team connect with Shirley to get her call through. So we'll have to work on that.
This is Shirley J. Hughes. I'm the daughter of Solomon Hughes Jr.
Again, Commissioner Hassan, we can't hear, and I wouldn't want to do a disservice to Ms. Hughes.
Can I work with Jennifer? And go ahead, Commissioner Vita can continue speaking. I'll text Jennifer the number.
Vice President Vita, go ahead.
President Cogill. So as I said, I got to spend time with the Hughes family last week, and they had specific, requests for the name change, and they're very excited that the board took this step. It's something that they've wanted their entire lives. They shared photos with me. We had a really good time. They shared photos with me with their father, who actually taught Joe Louis and Sugar Ray Robinson how to golf. They showed pictures with their father and Muhammad Ali and Malcolm X. He was a huge civil rights pioneer for golf and really didn't even know it. They talked about how he came home from hard days at golf and never really put the pressures of it on them. They didn't know what he was faced with every single day on the golf course. They also talked about, how the very last when he was sick and getting ready to pass away. He was at Methodist Hospital, and he was overlooking Meadowbrook Golf Course. His daughter was able to take him out, and he explicitly said, "I don't want to see Meadowbrook, I want to see Hiawatha." So she brought him out, and she brought him to Hiawatha, and he was able to see Hiawatha before he passed away, and that meant a great deal to him and to his family. They're just powerful humans. They are working so hard to keep his legacy alive. They brought along his golf bag. I put a picture of that in there, Jennifer. There was a picture. They brought his golf bag, his golf shoes that were super great quality. I mean, they were like from the 40s, but they were still well put together. And his hat, and shared many stories, as I said, about, they even bought a lot of his golf scorecards. He was actually a pretty good golfer who scored 2 hole-in-ones on the 8th, I believe, at Hiawatha. So they also asked that we put, that he was known as Saul, and that's his bag. His son talked about how he made clubs himself. He had tools and everything in the basement, and, you know, he did the work to fit himself, and his son brought some tools and, you know, some old articles from the first Negro League golf tournament. I encourage us all to, you know, spend some time with them to understand the history of their family. And so many, because it wasn't just Solomon Hughes. Had it not been for Commissioner Musich, I thought Solomon Hughes was Ed Solomon for a long time because Ed Solomon golfed at Hiawatha too with the black churches. So I was confused, and Commissioner Musich told me, no, you got it wrong. There's 2 different people. And so I would just encourage us all to spend some time with this family and really just understand how the history of this has shaped their lives, have shaped the history of golf in our entire city of Minneapolis, and how many wonderful people came to Minneapolis and Hiawatha in particular to golf with Solomon Hughes. Thank you, President Cogill.
Thank you, Vice President Vita. Thank you for all the work that you did on this really important resolution. I'll ask staff one more time if we're working on getting Shirley to speak, or if that's not something that's going to happen.
I've given the phone number. It doesn't sound like she's able to use it. So
Okay.
I'm not certain what the next right step is on that.
Okay.
Jennifer, the number works. You just gotta wait until it goes through. Like, give a minute. It does work for me.
President Kogal, maybe if we put her on speaker on a telephone in this room, as opposed to in the room that Commissioner Hassan is trying to do it from.
I'll rely on staff's recommendation of how to do the AV, since I'm not the AV expert over here.
Let me actually. Hello, this is the Minneapolis Park Board.
I'll reconvene the board in a moment.
So that you can be broadcast. 1 second.
All right, I'm reconvening the regular meeting of the board,
All right, here you go.
and it sounds like we have Shirley.
Commissioners, and good evening. I'm Shirley J. Hughes. I'm the daughter of Solomon Hughes Sr. I'm here to represent our family, including my brother, Solomon Hughes Jr. I'm sorry we've had so much technical difficulties, but I want to speak that we very much would like your support to name the clubhouse at Hiawatha Golf Course after our father. He was a quiet trailblazer, an elite player who helped to end segregation and restrictions of racial discrimination in professional golf. In the 1930s to 1945, our father won all of the tournaments as a professional in the United Golfers Association, which was a league for black golfers barred from playing in then segregated PGA. In Minneapolis, Hiawatha was the closest course to our South Minneapolis home. So he joined the African American Twin Cities Golf Club as a pro. He frequently taught lessons at Hiawatha, and my brother Solomon Jr. often caddied for him, and he certainly remembers Hiawatha becoming his home course. While Hiawatha was one of the few public courses in the 40s that allowed blacks to play on the course, as you've heard before, they were barred from entering the clubhouse. Finally, in 1948, our father, Solomon Sr., was the first to ask and to demand that the Hiawatha Clubhouse be open to blacks. I would just like to mention a few other notes about his legacy and passion for the sport. I think it's been mentioned he achieved 2 holes and one on the 8th hole at Hiawatha, one in 1966, the other in 1967, for which we still have the trophy. He taught golf to numerous Twin Cities players of all races, and certainly to famed boxer Joe Louis, who became an Upper Midwest amateur golfing champion and came to our home in Minneapolis. Solomon Sr. also won numerous Midwest champion honors. And in the 1950s, he attempted to desegregate the St. Paul Open, which was a PGA-sponsored tournament in this area. After 2 to 3 attempts, he was finally successful in being able to enter that tournament. Our father's rich history and achievements have been documented in Minnesota Historical Society, Minnesota Journal, African American Golfers Digest, Minnesota Spokesman, and the book, The Journey of African Americans in Golf. In addition, I know his legacy has been brought to your attention by others when you conducted a series of hearings back in 2018. Not only has the Hiawatha Golf Course played a pivotal role in the life of black golfers, but certainly having an 18-hole golf course has allowed it to be the home course for aspiring young high school golf teams, and reachable and affordable sport to those who could not afford to live or to join private clubs. The Hughes family strongly supports Hiawatha remaining an 18-hole course. Since, as Daddy mentioned, 18-hole courses always provide the ability to hone the game. But I'd like to just leave you with one last comment to demonstrate how much our father loved Hiawatha Golf Course and how much passion he had truly for the game. The last week of his life, he was in Methodist Hospital suffering from a rare form of leukemia for which there was no cure. His bed happened to look out over Meadowbrook course, which was one of the courses of many that he had played in the Twin Cities. But that week, our oldest sister got permission to take him out of the hospital for a day. So when she did, she asked him, Daddy, where would you like to go? And he said, I want to go to Hiawatha Golf Course. When they arrived, he wanted to see the front nine. Now, our oldest sister, Tony, was not a golfer, so after they looked at the front nine and walked around, she thought it was time to journey on. But he said, oh no, I want to see the back nine. It was then that she realized how much not only did he love the game of golf, but that Hiawatha was truly his home course. We would certainly be honored for support to name the clubhouse after Solomon Hughes Sr. I thank you for listening, and we also, as a family, certainly are supportive of it remaining an 18-hole course because of its legacy, certainly among African Americans and other Southsiders. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Hughes. I'm not seeing any other hands raised on this resolution. Thank you again, Vice President, for all your work in bringing this forward. And I'll ask the Secretary to please take the roll.
Commissioner Bourne.
Aye.
Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner Severson.
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan,
Aye.
Commissioner French,
Aye.
Commissioner Forney,
Aye.
Vice President Vitas,
Aye.
President Coghill.
Aye.
You have 9 ayes.
That carries. Chair
Point of order, President
Warning.
Vogel, was that the motion to suspend the rule, to suspend policy, and we have to take a vote to name the clubhouse?
I'll ask to, thank you, Council Rice. So do we need a motion then to?
The motion just to name the clubhouse, and I believe it should be Solomon Hughes Senior Clubhouse.
Yes. I'd like to make a motion to rename the clubhouse at Hiawatha Golf Course to Solomon Hughes Senior Clubhouse.
The resolution to change the name of the Hiawatha Golf Course Clubhouse has been moved and seconded. Is there any additional discussion? Commissioner French?
I do want to make sure that, I respect the wishes of the family who clearly stated that 18-hole golf course would honor their family member. So I just want to make sure that, that's known, and that's on the record, so.
Just for clarification, the existing resolution actually suspends board policy and names. So I'm not certain we need to, okay.
Well, we have another resolution before the floor, so I think we can vote on it again.
I think
right?
so, I just to be safe.
We'll go ahead and vote on it again. I will ask the secretary to.
Clarification, what are we voting on right now?
The name change.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Bourne.
And there was a clarification that it's Solomon Hughes
Senior. Yes.
Thank you, President Coghill. I don't want to get in the path of the motion maker or the seconder. Hearing the seconder's expression to make sure that the Hughes family's wishes are forever memorialized, would the motion maker or the seconder have an interest in also naming the 18th hole after Solomon Hughes Senior?
I would. If that, I would like to talk to the family first before we do that.
That would be a really good way, like, maybe we don't do it tonight, and I'm happy to vote along with this tonight, but that would be a really good way to preserve that legacy of an 18-hole course, as if the 18th hole was named after, Mr. Hughes.
Not seeing any other hands raised, I'll ask the secretary to take the roll.
Commissioner Bourne,
Aye.
Commissioner Musich,
Aye.
Commissioner Severson,
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan,
Aye.
Commissioner French,
Aye.
Commissioner Forney,
Aye.
Vice President Vita,
Aye.
President Coghill.
Aye.
You have 9 ayes.
That carries. Chair Forney.
On behalf of the Administration and Finance Committee, I would like to move Resolution 2021-251, a resolution approving change order number 10 with LS Black Contractors, Inc., contract number COM1403 for Phase 1 Improvements Project at Curry Park in the amount of $25,310.04 for a new contract total of $3,076,149.52 and authorizing the transfer of $130,000 from the 2021 NVP 20 Capital Investment Construction Contingency Fund.
The resolution has been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
The resolution has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion from commissioners on resolution 2021-251? I'm not seeing any. I'll ask the secretary to please take the roll.
Commissioner Bourne,
Aye.
Commissioner Musich,
Oh, sorry, that was unmuted. Aye.
Commissioner Severson,
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan,
Aye.
Commissioner French,
Aye.
Commissioner Forney,
Aye.
Vice President Vitoff,
Aye.
President Kogel.
Aye.
You have 9 ayes.
That carries. Chair Forney.
I'd like to move Resolution 2021-252, resolution requesting the Board of Estimate and Taxation set the maximum property tax levy for the 2022 budget at an estimated amount of $75,777,000, an increase of 7.75%.
Second.
The resolution has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Commissioner Bourne.
Thank you, President Kogel. I have mixed feelings about this resolution. The most concerning piece to me is still trying to reconcile the background information says that we have a $2-some million increase in funding for youth. I'm also looking at the expiration of the tree levy, and I know that there are union and regular jobs paid for out of that levy. And we heard earlier tonight somewhere around I think eight of those positions. I'm really afraid that, if we're going to preserve those jobs and that activity in some form, that's going to start cutting into current service levels somewhere. So this is really only a net gain of dollars that come to the park board to the tune of about $500,000. I'll also take a moment to point out that the tree levy was about $1.5 million, but we just supported the Green Minneapolis's levy request for $2.25 million to do the same work. So I'm wondering where the loss of efficiency in that comes from having this private organization do this. It looks like public employees can do that job much better and much cheaper. But I do want to make sure that we do get a full $2 million for youth. So that would require tacking that on in addition to the levy. And I'm wondering if, just before I make a motion, if Council Rice or Director Wiseman can give me a little bit of background. If I'm looking at a net gain in the levy this year of $500,000 I'm looking at a net gain in the levy this year of about $500,000 between the general levy and the tree levy. When you add those together, plus our levy increase, it's about $500,000 higher than last year, if I'm looking at that right. There's an exorbitant amount of money coming into the city of Minneapolis right now from the federal government. Can we talk a little bit about the amount of money that the city is going to be receiving from the federal government, and if we can also, I'd like to hear from Director Wiseman a little bit of the tax implications. I know that we were afraid last year that we weren't collecting, that we wouldn't be collecting as much in the levy. I think that's not the case. I think we can do more here, and I think this is our chance to really get the youth levy done without supplanting some union jobs. So I'm hoping to get just a little bit of background on the federal funding that's coming to the city of Minneapolis, and then I have a motion to make after President Kogel.
Mr. President, for the record, Commissioner Bourne has been looking at me for the last minute or two asking the question, and I think that I don't even know enough to be dangerous on this topic, so I would suggest you direct your question to the superintendent or the director of finance, Ms. Wiseman. Or the president who's on the board of it, or somebody other than me at the table or in the room, because I couldn't answer any of those questions.
Director Wiseman, would you like to provide an overview for Commissioner Bourne regarding the background information here, so he's edified?
President Kogel and Commissioner Bourne, Deputy Superintendent Ringgold, if you could bring up the slide deck and go to slide number 11, please. Thank you. So the first thing that I would like to clarify is the youth investment of $2.6 million is the addition that we are requesting for the maximum tax levy to support youth in the city of Minneapolis. The elimination of the tree preservation and reforestation levy is 1.4 million. So the net of those two is 1.2 million. If this board chose to completely fund the amount of money that we have been putting towards the removal of the emerald ash borer and the replanting of the emerald ash borer trees, and direct those dollars to some other urban forest program, the net of those two numbers is $1.2 million, not $500,000. So, and I'm trying to remember all of the questions that were in there, Commissioner Bourne. So the impact of the 7.75% increase to a median size home is approximately $21 per year, or less than $2 per month. Again, as we know about property taxes, depending on market values throughout the entire city of Minneapolis, there is some knowledge that property tax might shift more towards residential properties in 2022. So the impact may be, maybe something other than that $21. But based on what we currently know, it would be approximately $21. I believe your other question was around the city of Minneapolis. The city of Minneapolis is receiving American Rescue Plan dollars. I would say, again, talking about the tree preservation and reforestation levy, that is a separate levy that is going away because the program is over. As this board makes decisions about the 2022 budget, you are correct. If you want to fund positions that are not provided for in the property tax base, you would need to look at current service level reductions in order to fund those positions. The city is receiving American Rescue Plan dollars, and I don't have that amount at the top of my head. I believe it's over $200 million that they are receiving. And so our hope is that as we request a 7.75% increase, the city may have a property tax levy increase that's lower, because if you remember correctly from last year, they raised their property taxes last year due to COVID and all the losses of revenue. And now they have the economy starting to recover, and they also have the American Rescue Plan dollars that can help them along the way as the economy continues to recover. So I think those were your questions.
Thank you, Director Wiseman. Are there any other comments or questions from commissioners on the resolution at hand?
President Vogel, can I make the motion?
You'll be acknowledged for a second time, as your time had expired. Just asking if there are other commissioners who want to speak. It doesn't sound like it. I'll just speak in support of this. A couple of things to mention. Want to remind commissioners the many meetings, a couple of board retreats that we have had to discuss a levy amount, the programs that we want to fund. I want to remind commissioners of the guiding principles that we established in the first year of our term. This now is the last year of our term. The Number one principle being invest in youth. I want to remind commissioners that in the past 3 budget cycles, we have been essentially unsuccessful in gathering a substantial amount of funding to fill ongoing dollars for positive adult role models. That has been a major gap in our system for now going on a generation. This is our opportunity to restore that. As our Board of Estimate and Taxation representative knows, there have been conversations had by myself, the Vice President, the Superintendent, with the city, with the mayor, with representatives on the Board of Estimate and Taxation, as well as City Council members regarding what this investment would do. And to put it in a most straightforward way, it would fill a gap that has been present for young people, for our young people for a generation, at a time when our youth are in crisis, and we hear time and time again on this board how critical it is that we take swift steps that have proven results to connect with and serve our most vulnerable youth. This is what this levy request puts us on a swift path to doing, and I do again very much urge my colleagues to support this request.
Thank you. Thank you, President Cogill. I mean, it's amazing to me that the city had captured so much of its property tax revenue that it was afraid that it was not going to catch. There is $200 million coming into the city in new funding this year. The city's fees, they'll start recouping fees that they weren't able to get last year because the world is opening up. And we're just, like, we're asking for $1.2 million, and we're going to freeze and eliminate some frontline positions that come November, I guarantee some of us are going to be arguing to put back in. Every single year we have this fight in forestry, and every single year some of us are coming back after we've had this conversation about youth and start picking away some of those hard-earned youth funds and putting it in there. Like, this is not a conversation about scarcity. There's $200 million new dollars. My amendment would be to raise the levy to $77,192,000, which I would accept. I would accept Director Wiseman's percentage. I think it's a 12% instead of a 9-point-X, but she can do that math. But it's an addition. It puts the tree fund money back into the general fund, preserves the youth levy, so we don't have to have those hard decisions in October, November when we're starting to take away from current service level. So my resolution would be a motion to suspend the rules, to consider an amendment to the resolution to request a $77,192,000 levy from the Board of Estimate and Taxation.
Second.
The motion to suspend the rules has been made, and there's been a second. Is there any discussion to the motion to suspend the rules?
You can't discuss the suspend.
I'll ask the secretary to please take the roll.
Commissioner Bourne,
Aye.
Commissioner Musich,
No.
Commissioner Severson,
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan,
Aye.
Commissioner French,
Aye.
Commissioner Forney,
No.
Vice President Vita,
Aye.
President Cogill.
No.
You have 6 ayes, 3 nays.
That carries.
President Cogill, I would make the motion. President Cogill, I would make the amendment to the resolution. I'm going to need Director Wiseman's help on the percentage, but if I did the arithmetic right, but maybe you want to check that too, since I was wrong a second ago.
would be to amend the levy to $77,192,000. What I did there was just take the tree levy that went away and added that back into the general fund, preserve the line for the youth levy. I'll let you do the work on the percentages, but I think there's a motion. I think there's an amended motion there.
Was that a motion?
That is the motion.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Could the commissioner who made the motion restate it one more time?
It's a motion to, let me pull up the original language. It is substituting in Resolution 2021-252, it's substituting the $75,777,000 number with $77,192,000. I'm asking staff to calculate that per percentage. And I would accept that as a friendly amendment in the minutes. And I'd like to speak to the motion.
The motion has been made and seconded. It's a good and fair motion. Is there any other discussion? I'm seeing Commissioner Bourne. Go ahead.
In $200 million that's coming into the city, asking for this small amount so we don't have to shut the door on some current service level positions in order to have the youth levy, we're talking about nothing. And I think we have a high likelihood of success at the BET at that point. And again, this is setting the maximum. It's not setting the level. So if the BET, they can set that, we can come in under that if we have the discussions. If there's anybody that really wants to not make those frontline investments, I think we all want to. We're not talking about a lot of money here with the amount of revenue that the city is going to be receiving from the federal government, and I think we would be doing a disservice to our park users and our youth if we didn't make this ask right now.
Any other comments? Commissioner French.
I guess I have a question, maybe for Director Wiseman. How much per household in Minneapolis would the additional levy increase cost? Is there a way to add that up real quick? Probably math is way better than mine.
Director Wiseman.
President Cogill and commissioners, would you mind, I'm sure Paul is probably calculating something for me to respond to Commissioner French's question, but I do have a couple of responses to Commissioner Bourne, if you would allow me to state those.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so increasing the levy to $77,192,000 would be a 9.76% increase from 2021. And then what I would like to remind the commissioners, once again, is that the tree preservation levy is not a current service level function. It is it was a program, a project that was designed for 8 years. That program has been completed, and that is why that levy is going away. So if commissioners are requesting to increase the levy to the $77,192,000, this is a new investment in the general fund, and it would be a new, currently undefined investment by this board. And then finally, I would just like to say that the American Rescue Plan dollars of the it is a little over $280 million, is not ongoing funding for the city of Minneapolis. This is one-time funding for the city of Minneapolis to assist with the millions of dollars of losses that they have received in their parking revenues, local sales tax revenues, and other items. And then I believe, just hold on one second, I believe that the additional impact to a median-sized home is approximately an additional $6. So it would be, the impact then would be $27 annually to a median-priced home.
That's all. I just wanted-
Thank you. Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, President Kogel. I believe Superintendent Bangor had his hand up before me, so I will yield to him for making my comments. Thank you.
Okay. Superintendent.
Thank you, President Cogill. I think Julie, Director Weissman, articulated very well about the tree levy and how she mentioned what the tree levy is. It's an additional cost to this org to our current service level. It'd be, again, I can't express the amount of time this board came into this very clear mandate, very clear direction on youth funding and support. 2.5 years that I've been here, I've been working towards this very, very focused. The presentation that we have given that Director Weissman just had up a moment ago has been repeated over and over again. It's been in front of this board. I have brought it forward to the City Council. I have brought it to council members, to the BET, to the mayor. I've been very clear on the Close the Gap and what this board has committed to in youth funding across this organization to support our youth. The 7.75 that we request, the 2.6 million, is in FTEs to provide services to youth. To youth. We cannot, and I believe very strongly, lose focus on what we are trying to accomplish. This is the moment and the time to support youth in the city of Minneapolis. We are the lever that can be pulled for that. We've fundamentally changed our recreation through reorg. This board has supported multiple programs, not only one-time funding, but in the adjustments we have made through our departments and staffing to maintain not only from a 15%, 15.9% to a 17.7% funding from 2018, 2021. The focus that I've been working with Director Weissman, my RGR, Pamela Gokemeier, in every meeting that I've had with the city, with the BET, council members, commissioners, we have laid out a very powerful explanation for why we need to support our youth, the $2.6 million we're putting forward. This focus is critical that we stay, I'm asking this board to stay focused on youth, not to put a tree levy or trees onto this and staffing around our seasonal or our full-time staff that are doing the work. We have hired 22 new folks in the front lines just alone in operations environment. We have cut everywhere. This is about youth. The staff has, the directors, you commissioners have asked very clearly support the youth in Minneapolis. This is our opportunity to do that. I worked very hard in the last 2.5 years to change this direction. I've worked very hard with the mayor, very hard with the city council member and folks that I presented this in front of them. I urge you to understand that and to understand this 2.6 million we're asking for is 22 FTEs to provide the services for our youth, not to add anything onto it, for our youth. That's what was asked, and I'm asking you to please to look at this, to understand it. If you have more questions, we can answer that. But this presentation that we have shown and we have done over and over again has been in front of this board. It's been in front of our board retreats. The gap that we showed from 2000 to 2019 was over $2 million. We reflected that in Close the Gap in the data that we presented in 2019. We're asking for that for the support of our youth. I urge this board to really consider what this resolution would mean and how it could absolutely change the direction that we've been working towards, what I've been working towards, what we have talked about to all of the electeds who have been extremely supportive. We have an opportunity with the BET to do something here with this youth levy. And the city council has been, and my meetings with the council members have been very supportive. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent. Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, President Cogill. I'd be interested in hearing from the board's representative on the BET, what conversations have been had about the amount of levy increase that the board will be asking for this year up to this point.
Commissioner French, do you want to respond, or are you good?
I mean, there's been a lot of conversations about, the pandemic and a lot of federal money that's coming in, but I'm waiting to see what this board wants to do. That's what I'll take to the board, especially the taxation.
Thank you.
I'm advocating
So,
for this board.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear the beginning of that. Or did you say that no numbers have been discussed up to this point?
I said I'm supporting whatever numbers this board is going to be supporting. That's what I'll be supporting as BET.
Okay, but up to this point, have there been discussions around numbers at the BET on behalf of the park board?
Me and President Caldwell have discussed numbers. And we've discussed formulated a plan, what we want to do when we get to the BET.
Yes,
Okay, but no public
that's correct,
converse.
Commissioner Musich, and other conversations have been conducted through the superintendent, and then superintendent, myself, and the vice president did present and discuss the levy request that is in your board packet, not the levy request that we're now discussing with the mayor and city finance office and the city coordinator.
So up to this point, we've gained support for what we've been asking for based on all of our conversations up to this point, and then tonight we're just pulling out of a hat another $2 million we want. Okay, thank you for that clarification. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner Musich. And before we go much further, I just want to clarify a few things. Yeah, I don't think that this is the way to get the money that we want, based upon the conversations that we have had so far. I think that moving the goalposts is not particularly looked at favorably. When we have been pretty consistent with staff doing a lot of work to define exactly what the values are that we're getting out of this money, to then change this and then have the question from the city of what is this additional money for. We don't have that yet defined. That seems chaotic and kind of ill-conceived. The other thing I'd mention is regarding an additional ask that functions somewhat as a stopgap, but the ask that we passed about a month and a half ago regarding the $2 million for funding tree planting initiatives associated with the Green Minneapolis MOU would be the thing that is filling in this period with, and that's an ask for one-time dollars from the American Rescue Plan. That a second round of funding is coming out soon, and we are hopeful that we will, with Green Minneapolis, receive those dollars for additional tree planting. Essentially, the bottom line here is I can't support a sudden shift in the tax levy amount. Commissioners have been aware of what this proposal has been for a good period of time, and we've had multiple discussions at other levels, at the committee of the whole level, as well as a unanimous vote to perpetuate the 7.7% out of committee last time. And I highlight those things not to say that it's not of value to have additional funds put towards youth, but if I look at our track record in the last 4 years, we haven't even come close to the amount that we're now looking at potentially receiving. And I feel that it is an extreme and pretty unctuous vote undermining the work of our superintendent right now. if we kind of suddenly shift this goalpost. I'm all for coming up with a clear plan for additional funding asks. I am all for doing that hard work, but it doesn't come from a sudden calculation at 8:15 p.m. Thanks. Vice President Vita, followed by Commissioner Forney.
Thank you, President Cogill. I also support the resolution that was in the packet that we received today, but I just want to state a couple conversations that I've had on the record. I mean, the numbers are kind of confusing now, but I've had two folks, a city councilman and a member of the Board of Estimate and Taxation, tell me that the 1.4 number is weird to them, and they didn't understand why we wasn't asking for a 2% increase, and that they thought we could get it. I talked to Carol Becker, and I also talked to Councilman Kevin Reich, who thought that it would be a great opportunity for us to invest a little bit more in, some of our youth services, not necessarily jobs, but like an opportunity for us to boost up some of the programs we offer. And they've heard us talk a lot about youth violence prevention, and so those additional funds could possibly do that. As I said, staff, the president and I have done a lot of work in presenting this information, so I'm supportive of what we have in front of us, but I also just wanted to note that I've had a couple conversations, and even Councilmember Kevin Wright, he said, you should ask for 2% in 2022, like it's some type of omen or something like that, all the number twos. So, and Carol Becker, who I thought would be the one who would say no to us, was like, yeah, that 1.4 is weird. Like, switch the number to 2. So I don't know what those numbers are. I just want to go on record saying that those are the conversations that I've had with the Board of Estimate and Taxation member and also a council person. Councilman Kevin Reich was very interested in helping us out at the park board in the best way that he could. He appreciated our presentation, from staff and from the president, but he wanted to round it up, was his words. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President. Superintendent, did you have something you wanted to mention there? Are you good? Okay.
Yep. I'm sorry, President Cogill. Yeah, I just wanted to confirm that we presented to City Council Member Reich. We also presented to Board Member Becker, Councilmember Fletcher, Councilmember Bender. We have presented to all these folks, and you're right, and Councilmember Palmisano. We've done a lot of work behind this, and so thank you for mentioning that, Vice President Vital. And you are right, there is strong support for us, no question. For youth funding, we didn't conflate it with anything else. We didn't place anything else in its path or its way. We're focused on youth. And the FTEs that this would support and the programming it would support is tremendous. The $2.6 million is very comprehensive. It's the way we're looking at our recreation and our division. Everything from our green jobs to programming to intergenerational programs, it's all in the presentation. It is tremendous. It's 22 full-time staff that are going to do the work in this organization. We're very proud of that, and we're very excited about that. We understand that there's always more we can do. The ARPA money that we were talking about that President Cogill mentioned, we are in the phase 2 of that. We are presenting to the city phase 2 dollars in support of multiple projects that we have going forward. We haven't presented that yet until we're solidifying that. No question, we are going after the ARPA dollars. We've been asked to present that. We will present that to the city council and to the mayor. So I want to be very clear that we are doing that. We also are in negotiations right now with MPP 20. We're working through that also, which is on our plate. We're being very clear in how we approach this. I'm being very clear with staff in our approach. This is about our youth. This is about in perpetuity through our general fund in support of our youth in the city of Minneapolis that this board has been very clear about. That's the focus, and that's what I've been working hard at. That's what we've been working hard at, and we will get these dollars for these youth. We have an opportunity, the time is now. And that's our focus. And so I wanted just to confirm, you are right, Vice President Vital, that there is support. We've been asked actually, again, that they're excited about what's been presented. And we have a very good opportunity right now to move forward. So thank you for mentioning that.
Thank you, Superintendent. Commissioner Forney to the amendment, or proposed amendment.
Does Commissioner Warren, he has his light on.
I believe he already spoke to the amendments, and it's your first time, so I'd go to you first.
I appreciate President Cogill speaking about how intentional we all have been. Unfortunately, some of our colleagues have not participated in any of the retreats, and therefore I'm really quite shocked by this proposal, because Commissioner Musich and I have worked very hard in establishing this MOU with to be the first accredited carbon offset credit, so that the funding can be there because the tree levy has expired, and therefore taking the burden off of the taxpayer. And so I'm really quite sorry to hear that we are conflating that we should take taxpayer dollars, increase, and also pursuing this MOU. So I feel like there's some real true misunderstanding of what the board direction is here, because the direction has been very clear for the past several months. And as obviously the superintendent, the president and vice president have indicated, that they have been going under the understanding that this was our objective, not to do anything with the tree levy in our tax dollars. So this is a whole new line of thinking that I have not, been aware of. And the impact on homeowners, particularly at the lowest value, are the ones who carry the highest burden of our levy. And consequently, it is our renters who are the ones who carry the highest burden. So for us to be talking in these days about even further increasing the levy, when we are hopefully going to be getting funding through this MOU for our reforestation, it's so inappropriate in this day and age. We all know that our housing costs have gone up, escalated, and I cannot support this, and I hope that my colleagues will understand of all of the work that has been done through our direction. That's what our directed retreats were about, is to give direction to staff, to give direction to our leadership. And they've already had extensive conversations with electeds, as they've already indicated. So I'm quite appalled by all of this, and hope that my colleagues will vote against this amendment.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. Commissioner Bourne for the second time.
Thank you, President Cogill. I'm looking into Commissioner Meyer's monitor. Homes like many of the homes in my district, including homes like Commissioner Forney's home, received significant tax breaks last year. I have the medium priced home that Director Wiseman uses as an example. I pay less in property taxes today than I did last year. We have folks around Lake Harriet, Lake of the Isles, the North Loop, that receive property tax breaks in the thousands and tens of thousands of dollars, millionaires. I'll pay $6 more in taxes to raise taxes on those $1 million homes, hundreds and thousands of dollars. That seems like a fair trade to me. There will be a disproportionate benefit to
to the funding that we do. Nobody's talking about taking away the youth investment. No, that, the youth levy is perfect. Nobody's talking about that. The example that caught me tonight was when Director Barrick said, you know what, we've been managing through attrition, so we have not been hiring staff on the current service level side of work because we were anticipating this going away. So when we have this many people employed, but we're only filling this many positions, there's work that's not getting done. We can say current service level is over here and one time is over here, but at the end of the day, like Director Barrick just said, we have fewer people doing the work of the parks than this board has budgeted for, one time and continued. Nothing drives me more crazy than that. And we're gonna need those staff, and we're talking about nothing here. And this is a maximum, we're not setting the level yet. And we're talking about this as if the conversation has already happened and the conversation is over. We're a deliberative body, this is the vote. This is where we are having this conversation. It's right and proper to have this conversation now, in addition to the conversations we've been having leading up. If the conversation we have here doesn't matter, we should all just hand in our election certificates and go home. This is where we have the discussion, and this is where we move forward. This is the vote. The motion, I think, makes a lot of sense. We're talking about so little money in the grand scheme of things. I don't want to give tax breaks to millionaires to save $6 myself. So I'll gladly pay that $6 to get a couple more dollars out of Lake Harriet mansions to support youth programs. Thank you. Thanks, Commissioner Meyer.
Thank you, Commissioner Bourne. Then Commissioner Meyer for the first time, followed by French. Are you up, man? Go ahead, Commissioner French. I'm sorry I missed that.
We spoke once, right? So I haven't spoken yet.
Go ahead.
I haven't spoken after the first time.
Happy to defer. Okay. So I share the frustration that other commissioners have expressed that, it would have led this to be more likely to succeed at the BET if, different requests have been made during our retreats and during committee, and if this amendment had been brought forward earlier so that staff could have it better prepared. But that said, as I expressed during previous meeting, I believe that now is the appropriate time to be asking for more, and I believe that there are a lot of good things that we can invest this in. So that is why I was happy to second the amendment. And the BET can say no, but I think we should ask for what we need to make even better investments in our parks. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer. Commissioner French.
I would be the first person to take in more money. I don't want to turn nothing down with my collar, especially when it comes to resources that we can bring to this park board. But as I say all the time, we're not full time. So there's a lot of work that has been done prior to this, a lot of negotiations and strategies and meetings that other people have put a lot of time and effort into, and I want to respect that. I really do. I want to respect that. I want to respect working together. But if there's an opportunity for us to make more money, or not make more money, but to get more money for the stuff that we want to use it for, let's do it. But I also want to respect the process that we already have in place right now, and I want to make sure I respect the people who went out and negotiated with the city council folks and other members of the BET about where we wanted to take this board and how much money we wanted to raise in taxes. So I want to be respectful of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner French. Commissioner Bourne, is your light still on? Good. I'm not seeing any other hands raised. Oh, Secretary Ringel, did you have an item to mention? Go ahead.
President Cogill, thank you for recognizing me. I just want to clarify that it isn't general fund positions that are held vacant. It is the levy dollars, specifically for the tree levy, that those dollars then are assigned to purchasing trees and working through stump removal. Like, there isn't general fund positions being held open. So I just want to make sure that the board understands that component of it.
Can I just write a really brief statement, Corey?
Thank you, Secretary Ringgold. I'm not interested in you debating the secretary.
I'm not interested in debating either. I'm trying to understand how the Minneapolis Park Board works with vacancies. The superintendent recommends a budget. The superintendent recommends a budget for an amount of work that needs to be done. When somebody is absent from one of those jobs, one of those days, there is some work not getting done. So I'm just trying to understand how we prioritize what work isn't getting done. Like when we voted on this many foresters, and what I'm hearing is we don't have them in place. And what I'm kind of hearing tonight is we might have never needed them. And I know that's not the case because we fight for them every time. But if we're sitting here saying these vacancies are okay, and this is a one-time expense, this is general fund, it kind of doesn't matter here, but it does matter here. I'm just trying to understand when we have a budgeted position, whether it's one time or ongoing, like how do we get that work done when we don't have a body in that position and we have so many bodies scheduled in that position? So I guess I'm just looking for a little bit of information.
Thank you, Commissioner Bourne. I think that we'll take that question and conversation offline and move through the resolution that you have before us regarding increasing the maximum property tax levy to, I believe, what was that, 9.5%? Is that what it was?
You have to confer with
9.7.
The number we were given was 9.75.
9.75%. I don't see any other hands raised regarding Commissioner Bourne's amendment, so I'll ask the Secretary to take the roll on the amended resolution.
Commissioner Bourne,
aye.
Commissioner Musich,
No.
Commissioner Severson,
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan,
Aye.
Commissioner French,
No.
Commissioner Forney,
No.
Vice President Vita,
No.
President Cogill.
No.
You have 4 ayes, 5 nays.
That does not carry. Back to the main motion, or is there any discussion on Resolution 2021-252? Commissioner Bourne, I believe you've spoken twice to the main motion.
I don't think that's correct.
I'll ask the Secretary.
I would need to review the tape. I apologize. I don't.
Okay. Commissioner Bourne for the second time.
Thank you, President Cogill. I would just encourage my colleagues that if this is the number that we're going with, and we're going with a unified board here, and we heard from Director Wiseman that our net gain isn't the entire amount of the youth levy, that it's somewhere in the neighborhood of 1.2 million after she corrected me on the arithmetic, and I probably am misquoting the number again. When we get to these budget cycles and people are asking for forestry coordinators and these kind of positions, that we really think about this really truly is the time when we're cutting money out of youth. I applaud Superintendent Van Gore for putting this together. I applaud Commissioner French for the work he's done on the VET to build some consensus around this number. I'll also point out when we put together our Close the Gap investment in youth piece and identified that $2 million gap, that was before the murder of George Floyd. That was before the pandemic of youth violence that we're experiencing today. I do wonder if that number is right. I think that number is probably too low. I'll be supporting this with the rest of the board, but I hope that we all remember this when it comes to budget amendment time and we're getting asked by our special interest groups and we're trying to get some of us are running for re-election. And that we really hold true to what we're talking about here with that youth levy, and we don't cut some of these other incredibly meaningful, that we don't cut some of those resources to youth for some other things that we're choosing today to leave at the wayside. Thank you, President Cogill.
Thank you, Commissioner Bourne. I'll ask the Secretary to please take the roll.
Commissioner Bourne,
Aye.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Bourne, can you use the visual key?
Sorry. Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Musich,
Aye.
Commissioner Severson,
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan,
Aye.
Commissioner French,
Aye.
Commissioner Forney,
Aye.
Vice President Vita. Aye. President Cogill.
Aye.
You have 9 ayes.
That carries. Moving to unfinished business, we have a discussion item and a few resolutions here. I will turn it over to Director Arvidsson. I will note what time it is. It's 8:40. I'm hoping that we can have a relatively short presentation and then discussion regarding equity metrics for undeveloped parks. I'll turn it over to Director Arvidsson for an introductory presentation, and then we'll facilitate discussion.
Director Arvidsson, do you want, would it be okay, President Cogill, would it be okay if I just quickly say a few words before Director Arvidsson begins? Is that okay?
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, President Cogill. And thank you for allowing me to do this. And again, we'll try to be as efficient as possible. What we want to present here is really an initiative around equity. It's an initiative around the master plan commitments and its ordinances. And this is something that when I spoke with planning and we looked at, I think we have, once you go through this presentation, to understand that we really are looking at these underdeveloped parks and specifically how we can fund it and what it means to this park system ultimately. Underdeveloped parks are neighborhood parks. Some of those parks that are undeveloped can provide literally important recreational infrastructure. And we know that they can provide playgrounds. We know they can provide group gathering shelters and performance stages. We know that we invest as a city, we invest as a park system really well into our park properties. It's not just about having acreage or a space, but actually an amenity that is really important to the people, and particularly in our really underserved areas, in our areas primarily BIPOC or African American communities. Because of the MPP 20 ordinance calls for us to consider all neighborhood parks. We want to propose in this presentation a way to invest in underdeveloped parks, and we'll show that as we walk through it. The method that I see this is strategic, it's equitable, and it ensures that we can invest in every park before MPP 20 ends. And so I wanted just to be able to state that, and I will turn this over to Director Arvidsson, and hope that you see really the great work that we've done here to bring this forward and to give a perspective around this. And so, Director Arvidsson, go ahead.
Thank you, Superintendent Bangora. President Cogill and Commissioners, I also do recognize the time, so I will try to go through this very efficiently. But what I want to do tonight is show some data that's been created by the new Data Insights team to help illustrate the proposal that we have for investing in both developed and undeveloped parks side by side. Next slide, please. So really quickly tonight, I'm going to go through, I'm going to really identify the problem that we have. I think it's important to say that I'm really before you tonight in the capacity under a requirement of the NPP 20 ordinance to review that ordinance annually and to report on the board whether we are seeing any issues or unintended consequences cropping up. And I believe that there is a fairly significant one. And so we're going to talk about that a little bit. Then I want to talk about the benefits of undeveloped parks and then a way to improve the current system. Next slide, please. So currently there are 43 parks that might be considered undeveloped. And these are parks that MPRB owns and has master planned, but don't have any major built assets. There also constitute parks that MPRB owns and has master planned, but may never have major assets, such as our many tiny triangles. But we are also acquiring parks to fill park gaps, and these would come into the system as undeveloped parks because they don't have major assets. We just did this recently with the North Loop Park. Next slide, please. The ordinance does say that all neighborhood parks have to be ranked under our equity metrics. However, under the current neighborhood equity metrics, these undeveloped parks can never be scored on their park characteristics because they do not have major assets. So what happens is that they cluster in a couple of strange places in that ranking. Some of them rank very high and enter the CIP only because of their location in the city, not their actual usefulness for recreation. But many of them rank very low and they cluster together at the bottom of the rankings. So if we were to invest in them in that order, without doing something different, those parks would all end up clustered together at the end of NPP 20, which just really wouldn't look good. These wouldn't be priorities, I think, for the community at large. Next slide, please. So these slides that I'm going to show just note the rankings from last year. We've not updated the rankings for this year. And I've highlighted those parks, those undeveloped parks, and you can see there's a few of them that pop to the top. And then on the next slide, as I mentioned, most of these parks cluster near the bottom of our rankings. You can go to the next slide to show that. So a large lineup of parks near the bottom of the rankings. Next slide, please. In addition, it's important to note that we have master planned all of these neighborhood parks, whether they have facilities in them or not. And I'm not here to say that every undeveloped park should be a priority or should have major assets. It's actually the community that has already decided through multi-year processes which of these parks should have assets in them, which of them are important for the recreational service in our community. So just a couple of really quick highlights. This is Park Avenue Triangle in the Elliott neighborhood downtown, where there's a vision for a seating area with benches, a small shelter structure for people to gather, and actually a small dog park here with some movable seating. So these are amenities that people are interested in having. Next slide, please. At the CPRO site, we also have a vision for a performance stage, which could also be used for fitness and yoga, as well as an adventure play area, in addition to urban agriculture areas at CPRO Park, none of which are developed currently. Next slide. And then perhaps one of the more interesting examples is Russell Triangle on the north side. You see the small triangle in between the streets. That's what we own today. But in a partnership with the city, it's possible to expand this park and actually bring a play area into a location that does not currently have a play area within close proximity. Next slide, please. So in addition to the master plans that we have adopted for all of these, we've done a lot of work around in our service area master plans around where our park gaps are. So this map actually shows our walk sheds to play areas. And you notice that there are gaps throughout the system, the areas that are not purple. Those little black dashed lines are all the areas that we have identified park search areas within our master plan. You can see that we did a decent job of identifying those places where there are park gaps in our system. So that is a reality, is that we do have park gaps in certain locations, and we'd like to fill those. Next slide, please. So to date, these parks have been ranked, but they've not received allocations in the CIP. So there's no pathway for them to ever see investment. In some cases, though, an undeveloped park might be the critical infrastructure that a neighborhood needs. So the big question here is, how can MPRB invest equitably in undeveloped parks alongside the critical work on its existing parks, which we've been at for about 5 or 6 years now of NPP 20. Next slide. So I'm moving on to benefits. And certainly some of these undeveloped parks can fill park gaps, but some of them also address identified disparities in park areas. Next slide. So I'm going to have a map here of all the undeveloped parks in our system. These are the 43 dots that constitute that look. You see they're scattered all throughout the city. They cluster in some key locations. Taken equally, I think you'd look at these and wonder which of the ones were truly more important and which were not. So under the metrics that we've developed, which I'll explain in a little more detail in a minute, we can now, on the next slide, Secretary Ringgold, we can show sort of a prioritization of some of these parks under an equity metric. And you notice that some of these circles get bigger. These are the ones that we would prioritize for investment. So on the next slide, I just want to show how this overlays with some of the key areas in our city when we talk about equity. These are the ACP 50 and ACP areas. So these are areas with high poverty levels and also where many people of color live. And so you can see some of those prioritized parks are actually already clustering in those areas. Next slide. In addition, the recently released Trust for Public Land disparity metrics show areas in the city that are, in this case, lower income than the city as a whole in the pink, and higher income in the blue. And you can see again, under these metrics we're proposing, those undeveloped parks would actually provide service primarily in those lower income areas. Next slide. As well as in areas that were identified in the TPL disparity index as being higher than average BIPOC population versus higher than average white population, which you see in the purple, and the BIPOC population is in the orange. Next slide, please. So I just want to do a quick highlight of 3 of these parks to show how they might close park gaps. I'm going to talk about Russell Triangle North Loop Park site, which was just recently acquired, and the CPRO site. On the next slide, I'm going to show a walk shed. So everything in the purple are areas that are served within 10 minutes of a play area now. And the orange is what would be shown if we improved the CPRO site. So you can see there's a little bit of an increase in area that would be served by playgrounds by implementing CPRO site master planning. Next slide. At Russell Triangle, which is a unique case, we actually get quite a lot of area. There's no playground between Willard Park really and Theodore Worth Parkway. You can see a much larger area that would increase in service, and we would fill a play park gap there on the north side. We understand on the north side there are actually some barriers, including Broadway and Golden Valley Road, which create concerns for even getting over to Willard or North Commons, which would be the nearest play areas. Next slide. And in the case of the North Loop Park site, which was just acquired by the Park Board, you can see there's a significant gap filling in the area, in the play area mapping. Next slide. Now that's not true of all undeveloped parks, which is why I feel strongly we should be prioritizing. And again, I want to note kind of where those 3 parks that I highlighted do exist in the city. Next slide. So I want to take a quick note to talk about the TPL equity metrics because they are a bit on people's minds. It's just important to remember that TPL's metrics only consider park acreage and access. And I think we feel, and I've heard a little bit from TPL, that they're going to have to do more in order to really look at equity in our city. But TPL aside, I think we also feel that we have work to do to create an equitable system because there are disparities in terms of park access and acreage. But we do need to do acquisition and expansion in underserved areas, as well as invest in parks in underserved areas. And that's one piece that TPL does not calculate currently in their metrics. Next slide, please. So our understanding of the park gaps that we do have actually predates TPL recent equity metrics. And that's evidenced again by this map, that we actually have master plans that call for us to close gaps that can be identified by mapping in our city. But also prioritizing investment in some of these areas of need is another example of MPRB's leadership in serving our community. And we've been doing that since the inception of NPP 20 in 2017. So I think we're ahead of TPL on this, and I think investing in undeveloped parks alongside our developed parks is another step to allow us to do that. Next slide, please. So here's how we propose to improve the current system. We want to work to implement master plans for undeveloped parks concurrently with those for developed parks, and then focus development in areas with the greatest need based on a couple of new metrics. Again, I would say strongly, not every undeveloped park should be a high priority, because many of them are planned to exist just as triangles that would remain primarily undeveloped. Next slide, please. So the basic approach is this: there would be 2 neighborhood park lists, a developed park list, which we have today, and an undeveloped list. We could dedicate a portion of capital levy funds, not NPP 20 funds, but capital levy funds each year to that undeveloped park list. And then we would develop new but similar equity metric criteria to rank those undeveloped parks by priority. Next slide. And the metrics we propose to use would be the community characteristics that we have in place, and then in addition, 2 new park characteristics, proximity and asset potential. Next slide, please. Parks would get a higher score if they lack assets within a 10-minute walk of them. So the further they are from other parks, the more recreation purpose they would serve, and they would score higher. So secondly is the asset potential. We would score high if this is a park that can actually have proposed assets in it. For instance, Russell Triangle would score high on this metric because it has a playground planned, whereas other triangles would not. Next slide, please. This is a quick summary of the scoring, similar to our existing metrics. Next slide. And then I'm going to skip the next couple of slides because it's a little bit technical. We can get into the weeds of it because I want to talk about the impact on the budget of this. So next slide, we'll stop right here. So I think it's important to consider the financial impacts on the overall NPP 20 and capital levy funding. So I've done an analysis that looks at the investments that we're making in our developed parks, which we call our phase 1 investments, which were normalized in the CIP by the board a couple of years ago. So I've focused on the 2027 to 2036 years, which is outside of the current CIP. So that we currently have a CIP that's going to take us through the first 10 years of NPP 20. And so we're looking at what's the impact on the next 10 years. So the remaining planned investment for those phase 1 improvements under our normalized funding amounts is $58.3 million. In addition, we have a remaining playground rehabilitation program of $13.5 million. However, over those 10 years, we have replace and invest funds, that is both capital levy and NPP 20 funding, not the rehab money, but just the replace and invest money, $94.8 million. Next slide. So on this chart, I've brought that 58.3 million up to the top again, because that's sort of the magic number. As we go year through year with our running total on the bottom, as soon as we hit $58 million, we will have invested in every developed park in our system, and we'll be able to start on a second round, which would invariably be under our equity metrics. Priority need parks would get a second dip during NPP 20. So you can see on the top line here, we have the total replace and invest available, and that's a constant each year, minus the playground program. The developed parks would have $8.13 million under our current system. You can see the running total year over year at the bottom. And in the 2034 year, under current practices, that's when we would finish our first round of phase 1 improvements and move on to the second phase. Next slide, please. I'm going to show some theoretical investments in undeveloped parks. If we spent $1 million a year beginning in 2027, it would obviously lower the amount of money that would be available for developed parks within those years. But in 2032, we would have touched all of the undeveloped parks, thereby lowering that amount. And you'll note that the key takeaway here is that 2034 is still the year in which we will touch all of our developed parks and start on a second round. So even investing $1 million early on has no effect on the overall timing of when we would complete our first round in NPP 20 and move on to a second round of improvements in the highest need parks. Next slide, please. This is an analysis at $300,000 a year. And believe me, I've done this like 5 or 6 different ways, and the math doesn't change. 2034, almost no matter what is invested in undeveloped parks, is the year where we would finish our first round and begin our second. Next slide, please. So just a quick summary. We propose to separate the parks into 2 lists and rank the undeveloped parks, to dedicate some annual capital levy funding, and to allocate and invest in those undeveloped parks. They would then move on to the developed list and stay there. And the undeveloped list would gradually shrink, and then it would disappear once those investments are made. Next slide. So based on the discussion tonight, very quick next steps. Staff may bring forward a modification of the Neighborhood Parks Equity Ordinance. Obviously, that depends on what goes on tonight. There are 3 meetings where that's possible to get a breath before we come back on August 18th, and then also to have a breath between the full board second reading and the superintendent's draft budget to make sure that it can be applied this year. Next slide, please. So lastly, before I turn it back to you, President Cogill, I just have a couple of quick questions here that maybe guide the discussion a little bit. First of all, of course, does this seem like an equitable method for investment in undeveloped parks? And then knowing that the suggestion is to use capital levy funds, is this a worthwhile capital expenditure? And then thirdly, what should the annual investment amount be, in your opinion? With that, I will be happy to turn it back over to you, President Cogill, and stand for questions one may have. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Director Arvidsson. Thank you, Superintendent, for the care and thought that you put into your presentation. This is an opportunity for discussion and questions from board members regarding undeveloped parks and the equity metrics being considered there by staff. I'll start with I believe Commissioner Musich, and I'll go to Commissioner Bourne. That's okay, unless, okay. Commissioner Musich, go ahead.
Thank you, President Kogel. I appreciate the presentation, Director Arvidsson, and the thought that you put into this. I was surprised to see the gaps so far away from the river. I'd anticipated more gaps along the river corridor where we've been acquiring land but not installing park amenities. So thank you for helping us understand how broadly this impacts the entire city to not include these parks in the funding priorities that we have currently in the CIP. I think it does make sense the way you've laid it out, and $1 million seems like a reasonable amount of investment to start ensuring that communities that currently have undeveloped park space start seeing some of the assets that other people have in developed parks throughout the city. I think I answered all your questions, so thank you for the presentation. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner Musich. Commissioner Bourne.
Thank you, President Kogel. Commissioner Meyer, can I use you? Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Meyer, President Kogel. I'm really leery about pushing for a change for the NPP 20 ordinance. We're only now getting into that first review of the indexing for inflation. It's my understanding that already the city may have a different understanding of what the park board had, and anytime you open this up, you're causing an issue. Secretary Ringel, or Deputy Superintendent Ringel, Superintendent Bangora, do we still have an archivist on staff? Is that a filled position?
Superintendent, Deputy Superintendent, go ahead.
President Kogel and Commissioner Bourne, we do not. That is a vacant position at the moment. We're looking to rehire soon.
This is the one time I wish that position existed. I'm hoping that we could do a little bit of digging, because as we had the NPP 20 conversations in the community with the city council, televised in print, we had individual political body or individual advocacy groups that were pushing for it. Every single conversation was taking care of what we have, and that we don't have enough, like our current CIP isn't enough to take care of what we have. NPP $20 still don't close that gap. I would be interested to see if there was ever a forward-facing document or message at the BET or anybody on the park board that said, we're going to use this to do something other than fixing broken windows in your rec center that's beat up, or your broken trails. And I've said over and over again, I actually think that, Director Arvidsson, I feel like this conversation is whack-a-mole. It comes up in this committee, then this committee, and this committee, and I say the same thing a lot. I like these metrics. Just pulling from capital, that was also one of the promises we made in NPP 20, was that we would still be taking care of what we have, and we wouldn't be pulling from other funds. So if in our archives there's some messages saying, like, hey, if you pass this really big capital tax increase, we're going to build some new parks instead of taking care of what we have, I'd love to see those. But I just want to be honest and authentic with the community. If we had another dedicated levy, I'd be really interested in using those metrics. I think they make a lot of sense. But the more new capital we invest, the more things we have to take care of, the bigger that gap gets, the more things break, and things break outside of schedules too. So as we get closer to that cycle of NPP 20, I'd be nervous that we're building ourselves back into another deficit. We have some investments to do in undeveloped parks. I'll say what I've said in every one of those whack-a-mole conversations that comes up in a different committee. I'm on board, and I'm on board with those metrics when we have a dedicated source of funding that people buy into. We had a community conversation. We were really honest with folks with how we were going to use that money. I'm really proud of the fact that we've honored those commitments. I want to continue honoring those commitments. I also want to fund undeveloped parks.
we could have, if I understand the charter right, we could have a $1 million a year undeveloped parks levy. As I read the categories that we can do separate levy items for, I'd be really interested in that. I like these metrics. I don't think I'll be supporting a change to any CIPs that will incorporate undeveloped parks until we have a dedicated source of funding. And I just want to be honest with the folks that stood with us in trying to get MPP 20 passed. That was a really heavy lift, and I want to honor that commitment. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Meyer.
Thank you, Commissioner Bourne. Any other comments from commissioners regarding the presentation? I did have, well, actually, I'll go to Commissioner Musich. Go ahead, Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, President Cogill. As a commissioner that spent a lot of time talking to my fellow electeds about the MPP 20 program, never once did I tell them when they had undeveloped parks in the areas they represented that by supporting this plan, they would preclude those parks from ever having any improvements made in them. What I did tell them was we needed more money to build and maintain the amenities that people wanted. And could you please help us out with that? So this idea that we somehow said we'll never build anything new ever again with capital dollars is just, I don't understand where it's coming from. I never have, and I don't now. And I just felt it was important that I communicate what I had communicated out when we were getting these funds for the park board to expend on behalf of the residents of Minneapolis.
Thank you, Commissioner Musich. I appreciate that. I'm wondering if, I guess I'm looking to other staff who were involved during the development of MPP 20 or Council Rice, any thoughts on what the interpretation is of MPP 20 relative to it being able to be used for undeveloped parks? Is it clear?
Let me just make a real comment. I think Director Arvidsson has presented quite an interesting case, particularly in light of the Trust for Public Land and how these things could be utilized. So very excellent research. I do think that, I guess I'd like to understand more how this might work. Here's the thing. That's a concurrent ordinance. So if we had to make a change in our ordinance, in order for it to be effective, we'd have to get the city council to do it. And I'm saying that's an if. I don't know that we would have to. I know that there is a lot of archival stuff. As you know, Mr. President, I recently did a bunch of research on that. I mean, but I wasn't looking at that issue. I was looking at another issue. So I think if we step off, you know, Commissioner Forney did a lot of work on the MPP 22 about exactly how we sold it and then what's in there. I guess we might have to really parse some of the words in there and see if it could fit inside the ordinance currently, and there's no dispute, then I think that's the board's decision on doing it. If it took some tweaking, the conversation gets bigger, and then particularly we'd have to go back to get the city to make a concurrent change to the ordinance if a change was required. But it's a very fascinating discussion. I mean, it's kind of looking at park assets that we've got that could fill this gap that we have, and also maybe, you know, we are seeing the city get so urbanized that back in the day, the park that Director Arvidsson worked so hard to acquire in the North Loop was like 2,500 square feet. I mean, we're talking about parks of that size and all these triangles, so.
That's helpful. Director Arvidsson, did you have something to add there?
I do. I should have clarified that. Thank you, President Cogill. I should have clarified this during my presentation, but all the changes would be made to PB 17, which is not a concurrent ordinance, because that's the ordinance that has all the detail for how we do the equity metrics. So I'm proposing some modifications to the detail of how we do the equity metrics, not the underlying requirement to have them. So I apologize that I did not make that clear which ordinance we were proposing would need to be modified.
And 16, chapter 16, 17.
Councilor Rice, your mic's not on.
Oh, excuse me. I was saying that Chapter 16 is the concurrent ordinance, Chapter 17 is the equity ordinance. So assuming that Director Arvidsson is correct, then it's just a matter of the board deciding how to allocate things.
Thank you, Council Rice. Commissioner Forney.
Thank you, President Cogill. Director Arvidsson, this is just fascinating. I've tried to get my head around what is it that the Trust for Public Lands new matrix, whatever, was meaning, and addressing our undeveloped parks needs to be done. There is absolutely no question about that. And I'm encouraged to hear that we don't have to go to the City Council, and this is a decision within this body. And I would encourage my colleagues to embrace this and like I say, the undeveloped parks, particularly the way that you focus on, our equity matrix. It made it incredibly clear, and I want a copy. So thank you so much for the presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Forney. I'll say a couple of things. I know, Superintendent, you wanted to weigh in. I'll come to you in a moment. Just what I've said in staff meetings as well. I know that staff feels strongly about these equity metrics and about investing in these park spaces, and I do understand. I mean, we have a variety of spaces, including the new space in North Loop that don't really have anything going on in them right now, and no guidance for how to allocate and develop those spaces. I am just concerned that we have this promise to the public around investing in this large 20-year deal for the neighborhood parks, and we're still a ways away from completing that promise and investing and improving in all those spots. And I look at the backlog of work, and I look at what staff is able to do, and I just continue to be concerned about the intellectual effort and time that will have to go into expanding this. I mean, I think that the board needs to consider, if we do go in this route of starting to develop these parks, that the board needs to really consider what its strategy is for the many broad number of initiatives and development desires that we have, especially as we still have a crumbling infrastructure across the system in just existing neighborhood parks with existing assets. So I just want to say that again publicly. I like that the metrics. I'm glad that this work has been done. I'm just not sold yet on it being the top priority. Superintendent, you wanted to add anything?
Yeah, President Cogill, thanks for recognizing me. I appreciate that. I just wanted to state that, when I sat here and I was talking to both Assistant Superintendent Schroeder and Director Arvidsson, I asked them to move forward on this. I just want to be very clear is that this is something that I truly believe in. We're not chasing the TPL. The TPL will be chasing us because we invest in our parks. We have been doing it for a long time. I just want to be very clear about this, is that Minneapolis Park and Recreation are residents and folks who support this park system, invest in this park system, and we continue to do that. You can have in acreage and TPL a plot of land, but if that plot of land doesn't have any activity, it's not a quality park experience, but yet it's in underdeveloped or unserved area or economically challenged areas, then what does that mean? We believe, and I believe strongly, in our community as Director Arvidsson has placed forward. And when he showed in the mapping of where these spaces are, they are on the north side, they are in the upper south, they're in places where we know people need to have and should have the best experiences in a park that is going to help them to heal and to rest and play and to have an amenity that is quality, not just a place that is blighted and weeds and sitting out there in the middle of nowhere. We're not going to buy tremendous amount of lands like we did back in the 70s, 80s, and we can get land in places. We're talking about the places we currently have. And when we talked about this, I was encouraged by what was brought forward, the thoughtfulness of it. And I just wanted to state again is that I asked for this to come forward. I leave it to this board to make the decision, of course. But I wanted to make sure that that's clear. This is not about planning staff and bringing something forward. This is about me asking them, because I understand what the importance is for the people we serve in the city, and being equitable in the work that we do and the matrix that we use, and providing an incredible amenity for the folks that are in the areas that have been identified, not only by us, but by the TPL, of our master plans. And so what Adam showed was the overlay and the mapping that just fits. It works. And so I just wanted to share that. So thank you, President Cogill, for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Superintendent. Commissioner Bourne for the second time.
Thank you, President Cogill. Thank you, Commissioner Meyer. Superintendent or Director Arvidsson, what conversations have happened to date over the last 3-4 years that we've been talking about this, about exploring a new source of funds that's not in our current capital levy and that's not an NPP 20? Like what, it just seems like we're working on this a lot, and that same theme has come up to garner universal support from the board. And I'm just wondering what kind of work has happened on that, as it seems like we now have 2 administrations of the elected board saying that this might not be a priority, and yet it does. We do have a conversation about it at the board, and we use staff time when we talk about how limited staff time is. We're having a conversation about it every 2 or 3 months. So I appreciate that, Superintendent, you bring things to the board that you think are a priority, but at a certain point, the board has stated that it's kind of not there yet, and have been pretty clear about what they would need to see to get there. So I'm wondering if any of that work has been done about finding a dedicated source of funding.
Superintendent or Director Arvidsson, is there any response you want to provide to Commissioner Bourne?
President Cogill, Commissioner Bourne, I have a limited involvement in our request to the city for tax levy, for additional levy, so I can only probably speak to part of this question. Since this issue with the ordinance was identified, that sort of, in a way, kind of glitches out these undeveloped parks and ranks them very strangely. Since that time, which was about, I think, 2 years ago initially, there have been other priorities for funding for this organization. And so I think there probably hasn't been a lot of work to find a separate funding source outside of the city that was sort of consistent and annual for the undeveloped parks. But I would defer to others who are more directly involved in that to expand upon it.
Thank you, Director Arvidsson. Commissioner Bourne, did you want additional response?
Director Arvidsson is asking if there's anybody else that has been doing that work. I'm assuming that I'm seeing Superintendent Bangor maybe kind of shaking his head no, like it hasn't been happening.
Commissioner Bourne, I think, as I think Adam said, is that the party that the board has had has been around right now, and the time that I've been here has been around, of course, youth funding and the challenges we've had in the last several years, in particular around 2020. So no, what I'm encouraged by, and
Superintendent Bangor, you're on mute.
I am so sorry.
You ended up what I'm encouraged by.
Yeah, I don't know how that happened. Sorry. What I'm encouraged by is the work that I've had the time to spend with Director Arvidsson and Assistant Superintendent Schroeder. This is, for me, the first time bringing this forward with the understanding of where we currently are at and what the possibilities are. So I understand that there's been prior discussions on this. This is a very different approach, and for me, I think that I just wanted to bring it forward to the board for consideration. This is, again, I hope that the presentation and understanding around our equity and around the work that we're going to be doing, that we can potentially do in this, is different. And I'm not trying to roll a rock up a hill. I'm not trying to bring forward to the board things that have been said not to move on. What I wanted to do was just to bring this in consideration to this board, to look at the opportunity that we have in front of us. And if the board chooses not to go in that direction, then of course we will, follow wherever the board's direction. But I wanted to bring forward something that was unique and different, understanding, again, my passion and my commitment to the areas that need to and deserve to have a quality park. That's what I want to bring forward, and that's why I looked at this particular proposal for my commitment to the underserved areas and the areas of our city that are blighted, that are have heat islands and places that are not even usable parks. My commitment to the people of the city and the people predominantly in the Black community and the BIPOC community to having wonderful parks. So that was my intent.
Thank you, Superintendent. So I'm questioning what's going to happen next. I think the board is sending some pretty clear direction now from two presidents that set the agenda that this isn't a priority. Unless President Coghill wants to make it a priority in the next couple of months. I mean, I'd prefer not to have this conversation again in this term until we have a dedicated levy source, which we can do under the charter. I'd like to not see this conversation happen again. The board has a lot of work to do, and we just keep having this conversation. It keeps going to the same spot. We now just set our levy that didn't include new funding for undeveloped parks. I just saw a slide that said that staff is going to go back and work and bring something forward in the next couple of months for potential changes. That's going to be hundreds and thousands of dollars worth of staff time. Every conversation we hear how busy our planning staff is. If this isn't going to move this year, I don't want to talk about it again this year. So President Coghill, that would be my request, and that's the guidance I'm offering you, Superintendent. It's a great metric. I appreciate all the work that's been put into it so far, but I hope we can start doing the work that I think this board is asking for, which is finding a dedicated source of funding to meet that critical need we're trying to close. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bourne. Any other comments from commissioners? I'm not seeing any. Thank you, Director Arvidsson, for the presentation. We're going to move on to new business. We have two items. Resolution, our first item, somebody to move resolution 2021-257, which is a resolution approving amendment number 3 for professional services agreement C42470 with Revolutionary Sports related to the provision of children's fundamental sports program instruction in the amount of $130,000 for a new contract total of $730,000.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion, Commissioner Bourne? No. Is there any discussion, Commissioner Musich?
Thank you, President Coghill. I was hoping someone could explain to me why we're contracting with an Eden Prairie company to provide fundamental sports in the system rather than developing that program internally. You're muted. I can't hear what you're saying, President Coghill.
Is Director Callbon?
Yes, she is, President Coghill.
President Coghill, Commissioner Musich, if I could take a crack at it first, I'd like to say that we fully have intentions of exploring ways that we can do a greater amount of the work ourselves. I don't know that given our current staff levels that we will have the capacity to provide all of the things that Rev Sports has provided for us, but we are examining ways to do it a bit differently. Where we are right now is, as you've heard many of us say, with the shift of COVID, we simply ran out of time. Things opened up in a way that we hadn't anticipated. And this contract is to just get us through this season where we'll spend the winter months thinking about either what we can take on ourselves and or what we can go out to bid for a smaller amount of work.
Okay, so we should expect something to come through the Recreation Committee updating us on the progress of that work sometime this winter, or will that be the next board that will need to ask about this?
President Coghill, Commissioner Musich, it is our desire, it's our goal to get to that before the close of this calendar year. That is our goal.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Musich. Any other comments from commissioners? Seeing none, I'll ask the secretary to please take the roll on Resolution 2021-257.
Commissioner Bourne.
Aye.
Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner Severson.
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer.
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan.
Aye.
Commissioner French.
Aye.
Commissioner Forney.
Aye.
Vice President Vita.
Aye.
President Koga.
Aye.
You have 9 ayes.
That carries. I'll ask for a motion on Resolution 2021-258, which is a resolution authorizing the purchase of play equipment installation services up to $289,999.17 from Flagship Recreation, local vendor for landscape structures, Inc., through the Minnesota Department of Administration, Office of State Procurement, contract number 119-795 for the playground improvement project at Kenny Park, and authorizing administrative use of a 5% construction contingency up to $14,499.96 for necessary construction changes that may arise with the project. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
So I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask the secretary to take the roll.
Commissioner Bourne.
Aye.
Commissioner Bourne, I'm sorry, I couldn't see the visual.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner Severson.
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer.
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan.
Aye.
Commissioner French.
Aye.
Commissioner Forney.
Aye.
Vice President Vita.
Aye.
President Koga.
Aye.
You have 9 ayes.
That carries. We have-
A question, I just want to ask a question. If we're on the dais, is it necessary for us to have our camera on as well? Because aren't we technically at the public meeting? Do we technically have to have our camera on for sitting on the dais? I don't understand what you're saying.
Commissioner French, I believe maybe Council Rice, that's my understanding, at least for this meeting. I know it's a strange transitionary period.
If we have cameras everywhere.
Right, Commissioner French, I think that you do in order to be interactive with your fellow commissioners so they can see you and you can see them and then the public can see everybody. And so I know it's awkward, but that's how the law works.
It is. We are hoping that everybody will be here at the next meeting.
Because the public could see you from one angle if there's just the camera, but then they can't see everyone else. And so the only way you can get everybody on the screen is through this method.
Is there a way maybe we can have a still camera that takes a picture of the whole dais, so we don't have to keep having to reprimand or chastise commissioners about having their camera on, especially if they're sitting on the dais?
Understood, Commissioner French, and again, that will change at the next meeting. This is our final resolution for the evening on the full board, Resolution 2021-259. I'll ask for a motion on this, which is a resolution amending license agreement with Nice Ride Minnesota related to the bike share program and stations extending the term by 90 days to expire on November the 1st, 2021.
So moved.
Resolution has been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Resolution has been moved and just seconded. Is there discussion, Vice President Vita?
Just quickly, I'm going to recuse myself because I am on the Nice Ride Board.
Very good. Thank you. That is noted. Any other discussion from commissioners? Secretary Ringgold?
I was just going to tell commissioners earlier that the cameras in the room are not on. The only way people see us is through the Zoom link on this meeting.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any other hands raised regarding Resolution 2021-259. So I'll ask the Secretary to take the roll.
Commissioner Bourne.
Aye.
Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner Severson.
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer.
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan.
Aye.
Commissioner French.
Aye.
Commissioner Forney.
Aye.
President Koga.
Aye.
You have 8 ayes and 1 has recused.
That carries. We'll enter into petitions and communications. Start with Commissioner Bourne.
Thank you, President Cogill. I would just point out I'd like to see the planning committee take up an item pretty soon about the stormwater and pollution, working on some immediate stormwater and pollution mitigation for the 43rd Street pipe that leads into Hiawatha. I think that there's some immediate action that both golfers and that both golfers and environmentalists and everybody that has been engaged with the CAC over the last several years could get behind in pretty short order. And there are some real environmental issues down there, and we have an obligation to be working on that. So I'm hoping the planning committee will take that up. I think there's also, I understand that our permit from the DNR has been temporary for a number of years. I think it's probably time to apply for a new permit. It's my understanding that the DNR will approve whatever level that is that we ask for. I'd just like us to move forward on some actionable things at the golf course now, since the board couldn't come together on a comprehensive plan. I think there's some things we need to do now.
Thank you, Commissioner Bourne. Commissioner Musich.
Hey, President Cogill. Prior to the reducing pumping conversation that was had as part of the Hiawatha Golf Course Master Plan, the City of Minneapolis Public Works Department worked really closely with the Park Board trying to address the issues with the pipe, the north pipe coming into Lake Hiawatha. Every single thing that was done failed. Most of the identified solutions involve taking land upstream and doing something different with it. So if we'd like to discuss in planning, asking the city to pursue addressing that on different land than parkland, that's a conversation I suppose we should have if the broad makeup of the planning commission is interested in doing that. I'm disappointed the plan failed again tonight, and I'm sorry to everyone who feels that the board asked you to do a lot of work for nothing. And I'm sorry that we were unable to get to a place where enough of us could agree that finding a path forward of compromise was something valuable to do. That's all I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Musich. Commissioner Hassan.
Pass, Mr. President.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Hassan. Commissioner Severson.
So this evening we talked a lot about golf courses, particularly Hiawatha. We talked about the environment, but I surely would like to keep on the forefront the violence that's occurring in our communities. That's what's most dear to my life, and I believe a lot in our community. I lost a family member due to violence yesterday, and our family is devastated by the loss that took place yesterday due to unnecessary violence. I was also informed that my grandson, who lives upstairs of a duplex, had bullets go through the lower floor. And this is near across the street from one of our parks, Glengale Park, by the Jerry Gamble's Boys and Girls Club. Hate to beat it like a dead horse, but that's how we're living over here. So I hope that when we talk about violence, I hope that we talk about putting dollars towards violence. I hope we talk about putting $43 million towards violence prevention here in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Severson. Commissioner Meyer.
Pass.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer. Commissioner French.
Yeah, I just want to echo Commissioner Severson. $43 million would do a lot on our side to mitigate violence. Also, I want to, Minneapolis, as you know, is my adopted hometown, but my birth home, my real hometown, my birthplace is Milwaukee, and yesterday they got their first NBA championship since 1974, I want to believe, and that's when they had Lou Alcindor, previously known as Lou Alcindor, who's now we all call Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. So a lot of excitement going on in Milwaukee, and I'm really happy for folks back home. I hope everybody celebrates safely and just stay safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner French. Commissioner Forney. Thank you, Commissioner Forney. Vice President Vita. Thank you, Vice President Vita. I just want to thank commissioners for our first almost everybody in-person meeting this evening. It went okay. I'm excited to be back in person with everybody at the next meeting on August 4th and potentially seeing some folks from the public being here. Thanks everybody for sticking through everything in the transition into the pandemic. It's been a lot, but I have greatly appreciated everybody's collaboration over that time. With that, I will adjourn the regular meeting of the Park Board and turn it over to Chair Meyer.
Time being 9:35, I call to order the Planning Committee. Secretary, please call the roll.
Vice President Vita. Present. Commissioner Musich.
Present.
Commissioner French. Vice Chair Forney.
Here.
Chair Meyer.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Is there a motion to approve the agenda and the minutes of Wednesday, July 7th, 2021? Secretary, please call the roll.
Vice President Vita.
Aye.
Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner French.
Aye.
Vice Chair Forney.
Aye.
Chair Meyer.
Aye.
You have 5 ayes.
Is there a motion for Resolution 2021-260, a resolution granting access and utility agreement to CenterPoint Energy for an underground natural gas line within Minnehaha Parkway Regional Trail and collecting appropriate fees associated with the license?
So moved.
I would like to request a short presentation from staff and a follow-up from, if we still have with us anybody from CenterPoint, I'd like to ask them a couple questions. So I believe it is Assistant Superintendent Schroeder or
Christine Downey.
Christine.
Yes, I am. I have a very short presentation. If Deputy Superintendent could pull up the presentation for this resolution. So that's the first page, just introduction. The agreement that is attached to this resolution is for CenterPoint to install gas main lines on parkland between Woodlawn and 34th on Minnehaha Parkway. It would allow them to access their sites and maintain their facilities. Next page, please. And the initial term is 25 years. They have 3 additional terms of 25 years. And it would note that it is something that we can terminate with 120 days notice. It is a license and not an easement. Next page, please. Again, this is just reiteration that we can terminate the license with 120 days notice. If we have, for whatever reason, basically, but in most cases, it would be that we need to improve or develop the park property for some other reason. Excuse me. Next page, please. And this is just an aerial to let you know exactly where it is, or at least generally. It's north of Nokomis, of course, and Woodlawn is just the beginning of the parkway, and it's on the south side of that portion. It's not really something you can really zoom in on, but it goes from Woodlawn Boulevard, traveling eastward to 34th, pretty much. Next page, please. So this is just the county capture of the county map. Again, it's not an aerial, but it'll show you basically from Woodlawn on the left, traveling eastward to the right, which is pretty much 34th Avenue again. Next page, please. And then these exhibits are actually in the agreement, and they're a little hard to see You actually need to see the sheets, but there are gas main lines that are being left in place, and they are actually denoted by the small G's or lined with small G's on them. The larger G's are where they'll be putting in the new line. And we do have, and the next few pages are just the continuation of exhibits that travel from basically west to east, from Woodlawn to 34th. We do have Emily, I believe, who might still be on the call, I'm assuming, from Centerpoint, that can explain further if you have any additional questions.
And you actually brought up something that I think addresses my concern with the 120 days thing. That was not brought up to me when I talked to staff earlier about this proposal, but it addresses the concern that I was going to bring up. If other commissioners need to hear more, then we can certainly hear from Centerpoint representative if they're still here. Commissioner Musich, you have your hand raised. Did you have a question for staff or a request to hear from the Centerpoint representative?
I do have some questions about where this work would be located to install this new infrastructure. Would this be under pavement or sidewalks or the park itself in the boxed-in area?
I believe it's just within the sidewalk, but I think Emily would be the best person to say exactly where. I believe it's just on the inside of the sidewalk versus on the outside, but she'll be the better person to describe that. Emily, are you still on the line?
Hi, yes. And then to answer your question, I think it's Commissioner Musich there. Yes. The new proposed gas main would be underneath the sidewalk on the South Boulevard there.
And who would be contracted to do this work? Would you be working with Michael's Construction?
Yes, most likely, yes.
And what steps will you be taking to ensure that they don't damage the root systems of the trees adjacent to the area in which they're doing work?
Well, I would probably send you over to our construction folks. I mean, they're the ones that are out in the field. We have inspectors on site. And we also work closely with the park board inspectors as well.
Okay, so I appreciate that that's what you think happens, but what I can tell you from observing the work that they've done in the neighborhood immediately around my home is that when they have to remove roots or think they have to remove roots to do work, they have not necessarily been consulting with the tree preservation coordinator. The inspectors are not requesting that they do, and the amount of damage to very large tree roots of our boulevard trees is likely going to cause them to fail next time we have an extreme weather event. So unless there's a more robust plan that ensures that new construction adjacent to our trees is going to protect them better, I would have a hard time supporting moving forward with this.
Well, and we can look into your concerns and the project in your neighborhood, it sounds like.
Yeah, I've had extensive conversations, and basically everyone I've spoken to has said, well, people are supposed to do this. But there's not really a robust process in place to ensure that that actually happens. And we've seen through the studies we've done with the University of Minnesota that the removal of roots adjacent for boulevard trees that are adjacent to sidewalks does cause them to be more likely to fail in a weather event. And that we're losing too many trees already. And they're incredibly important in our fight against climate change and to help our city not have exacerbated heat island impacts.
Thank you, Commissioner Musich. The concern that I had, was just that, some cities are starting to ban new natural gas from being implemented, and should Minneapolis go down that path, I'd like to be able to follow that. This is replacing an existing gas line. It's like, adding a new one, but I do feel it addresses my concerns that it can be revoked within 120 days. Commissioner Musich, do you have any proposed conditions that you would like to add to this amendment? Or would you like to have us move it forward and bring it to the full board and perhaps consider them there?
I'd like to see us postpone this and ask staff to go back to Centerpoint to work on increased tree protections as part of their proposal.
Is that a motion?
That is a motion to postpone this item.
All right, is there, Secretary, please call the roll.
Vice President Vita. Aye. Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner French. Aye. Vice Chair Forney.
Aye.
Chair Meyer.
Aye.
You have 5 ayes.
Postponement carries. Next, we have Resolution 2021-261, a resolution approving an easement agreement with the City of Minneapolis that realigns a sanitary sewer line easement within Bryn Mawr Meadows Park. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, Secretary, please call the roll.
Vice President Vita. No. Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner French. Vice Chair Forney.
Aye.
Chair Meyer.
Aye.
No. Thank you, Commissioner French. You have 3 ayes, 2 nays.
That carries. Is there a motion for Resolution 2021-262, a resolution approving encroachment permit for use of 103 square feet of land leading from the subject property at 4 Park Lane to the Kenilworth corridor located between Cedar Lake and Lake of the Isles within Chain of Lakes Regional Park and collecting appropriate fees associated with this encroachment?
So moved.
Thank you. I would like to request a staff report on this item, please.
Yes, Chair Meyer, if Deputy Superintendent could also pull up the resolution presentation for actually the next 3. They are sort of a package deal. You get 3 for 1. And that is for 262, 263, and 264. So the first page is an introduction, of course, for these first 3, all 3 of them. They are encroachment permits for the addresses of 4, 6, and 8 Park Lane. And the encroachment permits are for no more than, they're between 99 and 133 square feet each. Next page, please. And so you get a bonus today. You actually get to hear from Dan Alliance. I just would note first that these are not our typical encroachment permit requests. And so, Dan, take it away.
Thanks, Christine. Good evening, Chair Meyer, Commissioners. So I'll pass this back to Christine soon, but before I do, I want to provide some background and context about the 3 encroachments along Park Lane and that they had with the properties that back up to the Kenilworth Channel. Next slide. So this is the area that we are stabilizing through the Kenilworth Channel stabilization project that is adjacent to these encroachment permit applications. Next slide. Through the contract award approved on May 19th this year by this board, the Kenilworth Channel shoreline between the Burnham Road Bridge and Cedar Lake will be naturalized and stabilized following the removal of the existing degraded wood retaining walls seen here. The primary objectives we've been working towards for this construction project are to improve water quality, restore habitat, and stabilize this recreational connection within the Minneapolis Chain of Lakes Regional Park. Next slide, please. As staff review the encroachment permit applications, we continue to circle back to the objectives of the capital project: water quality, habitat restoration, and shoreline stabilization. Staff believe that these 3 encroachment permits before you tonight, if approved, will protect the environmental enhancements that will be made through the capital project. Additionally, staff believe that the approval of these encroachment permits will protect capital investment made by the board when it approved this construction contract. Without the approval of these permits, private residents will assuredly access the channel from their private property, which is their right. In this area, if they do, they will damage native plantings, create cow paths, and cause erosion within the sensitive environment recently improved, which will significantly undermine both the environmental improvements and capital investments made in this area. As Christine will reiterate, these encroachments and access routes have been highly coordinated with the capital project to ensure that if they are approved, they will be installed by the general contractor stabilizing the shoreline and paid for by the residents, and that the environmental enhancements will be protected over time. Next slide, please. I'll now pass this back over to Christine and she'll take it from here.
Okay, I am just, this is just to give you a generalized, and I'm assuming that all of the commissioners are familiar with the area, but just in case, the red dot here actually refers to the lagoon, but actually the area, as Dan had referred to earlier in the presentation, is actually just west of that, across closer to the Cedar Lake, and is in that area. Yes, that is where the channel is, and that is exactly where the encroachments are located. Next slide, please. I'm sorry that the printing is not as clear, but you can see the red here. It says 4 Park Lane. I'm sorry, it's not as bold. And then 6 Park Lane, and then further west is 8 Park Lane. So these are the 3 parcels that are before the board today, in which they are requesting encroachment permits. I would just note, and perhaps Dan might want to talk a little further, and maybe doesn't, but there has been a long process in which all of the parcel owners were actually engaged, were talked to. They were actually asked whether they were interested, and they were introduced to the project, told what was going to happen, and were actually offered the opportunity to apply for the encroachment permits. And these 3 parcel owners decided to apply. Next slide, please. Again, as I just want to reiterate, these are not your typical encroachment permit requests. These were not 3 parcel owners that approached us from out of the blue. This was as a result of the project that Dan had explained, and of course has been approved by the board, as he had noted back in May of this year. And I want to also note that the agreements that have been, are before the board have been tailored for these purposes specifically. I apologize for the formatting here, but the first is that the agreements specifically spell out the impetus for these encroachments. Second, they refer to the potential and actually spell out in the language, basically giving notice to the applicants that there's potential for future capital improvements that might require modification or removal of the encroachment. So they are made aware that if in the future, which may happen, as we know with the master planning that's going on currently, that there might be down the line years, maybe, I don't know, we don't know exactly when, capital improvements that might require the removal or modification of the encroachments that they're applying for this evening. Third, there is also language that directly advises the property owners that they will not be able to exclude park users from use of the encroachments. I would like to note also that the encroachment applicants are going to be paying for not only the encroachment fees, but will also be paying for the construction costs that are involved in actually constructing the encroachments that were actually done in conjunction with the design folks that Dan worked with. That might be my last slide, but the other slides aren't they're actually involved, they're actually included in the packet, so they're not exactly that informative, but that is pretty much the rest of my presentation.
Thank you. Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, Chair Meyer. Are there currently cow paths in the locations where these improvements are proposed?
Chair Meyer, Commissioner Musich, for one property, I would say yes. Another has sort of an existing remnant boardwalk that is proposed for removal with the stabilization project. And the other one has an existing has some stairs on park property currently that they utilize that align with the proposed encroachment permit application.
Okay, and so I've encountered similar types of trails off of private property into, say, like the scientific and natural areas that the DNR manages. And in those situations, the trail is marked at that property line, notifying people that if you were to cross past that point, you're now on private property. Will there be similar signage in these locations to help people differentiate between what's public infrastructure and what's private land?
Chair Meyer, Commissioner Musich, I think we've talked about that. We haven't necessarily included that signage in the plan. I think it's something that's been discussed internally as something that would benefit both the general public and that this is sort of a place that they could rest if they wanted, and then understanding where the property line is. So I can't say that we have that in the plans, but it is something that we are thinking about.
Okay.
Commissioner Forney.
First of all, a couple questions.
Could you turn on your mic?
Oh, isn't it that one? I apologize. Okay. Anyway, north and south side, it's only these three properties that have requested this encroachment. Is that correct? Or all
Chair
north
Meyer,
and south?
Yeah, Chair Meyer and Commissioner Forney, that is correct. For the stabilization project area, which is essentially from the mouth of the Kenworth Channel as it connects to Cedar Lake to the Burnham Road Bridge. So just between the Burnham Road Bridge and Cedar Lake, those adjacent resident private property owners, these three are the only ones.
And at this present time, how many others already have some sort of a cow path, you know, approximate?
Well, in this construction project area, there's really only three properties on the north side of the channel that are set back much further. There's no sort of visible cow path to the channel. However, there is an east-west cow path on the north side that connects to sort of an informal beach area. So my sort of informed guess would be that any resident that's looking to access Cedar Lake or the channel is probably moving to the west to access Cedar Lake instead of entering the channel, which is narrow and busy. So if that answers your question.
Thank you. Is there been any conversation of what type of materials, if we did give an encroachment, what type of materials will be used for this trail or steps or, you know, whatever it is?
Yeah, Chair Meyer, Commissioner Forney, yes. Our construction bidding documents detailed those step designs in accordance with sort of proper engineering and protection of the adjacent native plantings. So there'll be a naturalized limestone stepping stone that goes from ordinary high water level to an appropriate location on stable ground closer to private property.
Okay, so something like President, I guess what I'm trying to say is something that meshes with the environment to me, I think. If we're trying to establish, you know, a naturalized edge, you know, that this, the materials that would be used would also, mimic or enhance that, it is what I would suggest. And if that's somewhere, you know, in there, in other words, not the cheapest materials, but also not white concrete, it would be something that I would encourage. So, I guess I'm mixed on this, and I'm trying to envision around such as Diamond Lake, where we do have property owners that are, you know, abutting that amenity, and you know, what types of access points do they have? I know in the master plan for that area, it is asked to make it naturalized, and so that's what we're doing here. And so I know we don't approach encroachments as, you know, but what is the precedent, you know, that has been placed, but I find that this seems to be appropriate, but in hearing, I believe it was Christine Downey making the comment that what happens with the Cedar Isles master plan, I think, will have a direct impact on this. So I'm wondering whether or not this is an appropriate time for us to be passing that, if we should be waiting until after. But I realize that this is when the work needs to be done. So I'm torn in some ways by this.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. For my own comments, I'm not sold on these. I appreciate and understand the intent of staff in bringing them forward, but my concern is just that I think it'll give them a feel of being more private property by allowing these encroachments, and I think I'm okay with just having the cow paths go down to them. So I will be voting no on this resolution as well as the next two. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, Secretary, please call the roll.
Vice President Vita? No. Commissioner Musich?
Aye.
Commissioner French?
No.
Vice Chair Forney?
Aye.
Chair Meyer? No.
You have 2 ayes, 3 nays.
That does not carry. Is there a motion for Resolution 2021-263, a resolution approving encroachment permit for use of 99 square feet of land leading from the subject property at 6 Park Lane to the Kenilworth Channel located between Cedar Lake and Lake of the Isles within the Minneapolis Channel Lakes Regional Park and collecting appropriate fees associated with this encroachment?
May I pass that? I make a motion for that with 2021-264 at the same time as the slate.
So moved.
Secretary Ringgold, can we accept both motions as a slate? Both resolutions?
I can technically do it, but I'll look to Council Rice to let me know if it's possible.
Mr. Chair, I think it would be better, Mr. Chair, I think it would be better if you voted on each of these separately.
Yeah, that was my instinct as well. All right, is there any discussion on 2063? Seeing none, Secretary, please call the roll.
Vice President Vita?
No.
Commissioner Musich?
Aye.
Commissioner French?
No.
Vice Chair Forney?
Aye.
Chair Meyer?
No.
You have 2 ayes, 3 nays.
That does not carry. Is there a motion on Resolution 2021-264 for subject property at 8 Park Lane? I won't read the whole thing.
So moved.
Secretary, please call the roll.
Vice President Vita?
No.
Commissioner Musich?
Aye.
Commissioner French?
No.
Vice Chair Forney?
Aye.
Chair Meyer?
No.
You have 2 ayes and 3 nays.
That does not carry, and that concludes our business. If there's no objection, I will declare the committee adjourned.
I'd like to convene the Administration and Finance Committee here at 10:03. Will the Secretary please call the roll?
Vice President Vita?
Present.
Commissioner Musich?
Present.
Sorry, twice I did that now. Commissioner French.
Here.
Vice Chair Hassan. Chair Forney.
Present.
You have a quorum.
Okay, I'll take a motion to approve the agenda as well as the minutes of Wednesday, July 7th, 2021.
So
Secretary, please call the roll.
Vice President Vita.
Aye.
Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Chair French.
Aye.
Vice Chair Hassan. Chair Forney.
Aye.
You have 4 ayes, 1 absent.
Okay, motion to approve Resolution 2021-265, a resolution to
Jennifer, I'm here.
approve.
I was having trouble.
Thank you. Welcome. We've moved on to an action item.
Moving Resolution 2021-265, a resolution to approve a memorandum of understanding between Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board and the Metropolitan Council to complete a preservation plan for park land within the Cedar Lake, Lake of the Isles master plan area of the Minneapolis Chain of Lakes Regional Park.
So moved.
I think that it's appropriate for us to have a presentation, even though I know it's late, but this is a significant, I think, addition. So if Emma is around still.
I am. Hello.
Great. We can be brief about it, but it is, I think, a significant project, and I would appreciate a presentation.
All right. Good evening, Chair Forney and Commissioners. I have a really short presentation here. So I'll just give a quick overview about the resolution to approve a memorandum of understanding between the Park Board and the Metropolitan Council to complete a preservation plan for parkland within the Cedar Isles Master Plan area, which is a portion of the Minneapolis Chain of Lakes Regional Park. Next slide, please. The Cedar Lake, Lake of the Isles Master Plan officially launched in winter of 2019. The portion that's being master planned includes Cedar Lake and the surrounding parklands, Lake of the Isles and the surrounding parkland, the Kenilworth Channel that connects Cedar Lake and Lake of the Isles, Dean Parkway, and then a portion of the Cedar Lake Regional Trail to the west of Cedar Lake. The master plan is working in collaboration with community, and it will set a vision and give some design and policy guidance to the area for the next 20 to 30 years. Next slide, please. In 2019, the Southwest Light Rail Project reached out to the Park Board about the project's requirement to complete a preservation plan that will meet the requirements for the National Historic Preservation Act to mitigate adverse effects on designated affected properties. A portion of the preservation plan does overlap with parkland within the Cedar Isles Master Plan. So you can see the areas that are identified on the map here. Next slide, please. After a series of conversations around roles and expectations, the Met Council and the Park Board have agreed that MPRB shall include the preservation plan as part of the Cedar Isles Master Plan process, with the Met Council playing more of an advisor role. The preservation plan shall meet the requirements of the National Historic Preservation Act and shall obtain SHPO concurrence on the final preservation plan. MPRB is assuming the costs to prepare the master plan and has the autonomous authority to draft and adopt the master plan, which does include the preservation plan. And then there will be a treatment plan following the preservation plan, and that will be the responsibility of the council. Next slide, please. So that's all I've got, and I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Anybody have any questions to that? I'm really excited about this. I think it is going to be information that can be utilized, not just for the master plan of Cedar and Isles and everything, but could be used elsewhere. And so I appreciate it. And it actually, I think, will have impact on our prior conversation regarding encroachments in the Kenilworth Canal. So look forward to this information, and there's no other conversation. Secretary, would you please take the roll on the resolution?
Vice President Vita.
Aye.
Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner French.
Aye.
Vice Chair Hassan.
Aye.
Chair Forney.
Aye.
You have 5 ayes.
I declare then the meeting adjourned here at 10:09.